You've been walking for days. Your body aches. You're dripping with sweat from the heat of the sun bearing down overhead, and yet you're wrapped up in layers upon layers of clothing. Even your face is covered, and you're wearing thick black goggles so that not a single centimeter of your body is exposed. Your journey has been long, and you feel like you might die from exhaustion or from overheating due to these multiple layers of clothes. But dying is better than being exposed. You saw it happen when your entire team changed. The light cannot be trusted, not even for a fraction of a second. It's been like this for years. You've learned and survived through painful experience. Many of those you used to know cannot say the same. You've been alone for so long. You might have given up all hope if it wasn't for the distress signal coming from a nearby SCP Foundation containment facility, Site-46. Any kind of survivors would be better than nothing, no matter what kind of sorry shape they were in, as long as they were still human. You find your way to an opening in the side of a mountain and slide into the cave, hoping you weren't spotted. The whole world is crawling with those things now. You can't let yourself be seen. As you trudge down the cave towards the entrance, you see what looks like a huge black snail trail splattered on the ground, leading into the facility. You try to avoid it and press on. You don't even need a key card to enter. The door has been left ajar. The facility reeks of those things, but you can't see any of them. You just hope they've moved on and left some human survivors in their wake. The place looks abandoned. Every step you take echoes through the empty halls. When you find that the elevator's out, you take the stairs all the way down to level B5, Keter Containment. Lucky for you, it seems all the cells are empty now. The horrors that were kept inside of them have all long since flown the coop. You keep following that slimy black trail until you find an abandoned office. There are no people here anymore. Just a broken barricade, some empty medicine bottles, and a bucket that the people inside the office had apparently been using as a toilet. You breathe a sigh of disappointment at finding no one alive here, but you're at least relieved to be out of the sun. You can finally remove your jacket and head wrap. With your uncovered eyes, you notice that a nearby computer terminal is still powered up. You sit down at the desk and turn on the monitor. Because of the emergency procedures put into place in a K-class scenario like this, safeguards no longer apply. You can access all the information you need, up to and including finding out what actually happened. In the dull glow of a nearby emergency light, you see a dark shape slumping through the halls in shadow. You tense up, then exhale as it slithers off into an adjoining hall. You're safe, for now. The terminal has finally loaded and authenticated your access. You're staring at the file for SD Locke's proposal for SCP-001 when day breaks. It's the only name you can give the apocalypse your world is currently experiencing. This is one of the only anomalies in the entire history of the SCP Foundation to be given the Apollyon Containment class, meaning containment is truly impossible. SCP-001 is the most dangerous enemy that the Foundation and planet Earth has ever faced. It's always been the principle of the SCP Foundation to battle in the dark so that the civilian world can thrive in the light. But now the light has become the enemy. Anyone exposed to any amount of sunlight for even the briefest period of time is subjected to the effects of SCP-001, and those effects are beyond horrifying. The SCP Foundation Administrator released an urgent memo telling Foundation personnel to make their way to Site-19 at all costs, because they need all the help they can get. Those exposed to SCP-001 in the process are no longer considered human. Their new designation is SCP-001-A. These new entities are to be avoided at all costs. But in case of emergencies, the Administrator says it is permitted to cut off parts of your transformed comrades and eat them to avoid starvation. No attempt should be made to kill them, since you won't succeed. You'll just put yourself at risk. When the sun changed and became SCP-001, it instantly affected 6.8 billion innocent people. The second the visible light touched them, whether it was from the sun itself or even reflected off the moon, their bodies liquefied, melting like candle wax into puddles of living gelatinous slime. This effect isn't isolated to humans either. Any biological entity exposed to sunlight immediately underwent the same irreversible melting process into SCP-001-A, and the horror had only just begun. People transformed into SCP-001-A will remain shades of their former intelligence and personality. They may even try to will their new gooey mass into a shape resembling their original form. However, these individuals will lose their sense of self if they come into contact with other instances of SCP-001-A. When they come together, 001-A instances will bond on a molecular level, wading up into horrific giant blobs with only one purpose: integrating more matter into their bodies. That's why they have to be avoided at all costs. You continue to search the computer terminal for answers. Perhaps there was some kind of contingency plan put in place for this, some way to reverse the effects, or at least escape the nightmare Earth has become. Instead, you find a series of attachments linked to the SCP-001 file, detailing what seems to be the last days of the people who barricaded themselves in the facility. Most prominent among these were researcher Dr. Logan Igata, her partner Ari, a security officer named Commander Anad, and a few others. Dr. Igata had locked herself in the office, where she recorded her final messages to the world. In the first audio log, Dr. Igata and her companions seemed afraid, but hopeful that there may be some way out of this situation. Dr. Igata reported that most of the workers at the facility were transformed during the initial event. Their melted bodies had fused outside the facility, and now they were trying to bust their way back in. The defenses had held so far though, and they seemed confident they would hold long enough for them to figure out a way to escape this awful situation. You open the second attachment, an incident report, and realize things may not have been as hopeful as Dr. Igata let on. She reported hearing the huge mass of melted creatures hammering on the door outside again, begging for them to come out and experience the sun with them. They wanted desperately to add to their ever-growing biomass. In order to experiment with what exactly would happen, they sent out one of their few remaining D-classes wearing a full protective suit. He didn't last long. The huge creature grabbed him with tentacles made of reconstituted flesh. It began ripping off his protective suit as he screamed for mercy. It was a monster made of dozens of people and animals. He could never overpower it. The second the sun touched his skin, he melted away and was absorbed by the great mass holding him in place. Guns were ineffective against these SCP-001-A super entities. Fire would do no good. It seemed that extremely low temperatures were the only way to slow the immense blobs down. And even then, not permanently. There was one ray of light in the darkness. The site director had a secret tunnel underneath his office, connected to a tram that could hopefully take them directly to Site-19 without risk of SCP-001 exposure. It was a good plan, and by far the best option they had available to them. But the best plans often don't work in practice. You open the next attachment on the terminal. This time, it's a video feed. You can actually see Dr. Logan Igata, and she looks harrowed by what she's experienced. As it turns out, while the others, including her partner Ari, attempted to escape through the tunnel, something had happened. Dr. Igata heard Ari's voice over her radio, but there was something wrong with it. It was too low, too guttural, and filled with gurgles. SCP-001 had gotten her. She was changed. The monster from above had crawled in through the ceiling. It had taken them, all of them, and converted them into something less than human. Any hope of escape now seemed gone. Ari told Dr. Igata that it would be fine, that it was such a bright, beautiful, sunny day outside, and she was wasting it locked up inside that office. She tormented Dr. Igata with their shared memories of picnics in the park on sunny days in the past. The monster with Ari's voice did everything it could to try to convince Dr. Igata to give up and join them, but she wasn't ready to go just yet. You look away from the screen when you hear a sound in the corner. You see a dark puddle of some unknown substance and then some skeletal hands rising out of it. The hands are pulling themselves out of the puddle, followed by a skeletal face covered in matted hair. You have to stop yourself from screaming until a flash from a nearby security light makes the figure disappear. It's a normal puddle once again. Your mind is playing tricks on you. You open the next attachment, another video, and see that Dr. Igata's condition has deteriorated. She looked pale, frantic, and thin. She was using a knife to draw her own blood onto a piece of blood-stained parchment covered in strange symbols. Igata ranted about her theory. What if 001 took the minds and bodies of its victims, but not their souls? Through performing some kind of arcane blood ritual, she hoped to at least rescue and keep the soul of Ari, even if her mind and body were lost. You open the next attachment. It seemed that Agata's ritual worked, but not in the way she hoped. The twisted soul of Ari, driven mad by SCP-001, had taken over the file. It begins corrupting the text of the SCP-001 file into crazy ranting about how futile it is to fight. It then cuts to an even more frightening video feed. Dr. Igata, in her sleep, tossing and turning in a makeshift bed in the corner of her office. The camera approaches her, in first person, and lingers over her sleeping body. An oily skeletal hand reaches past the camera and runs its fingers through Dr. Igata's hair. It's that exact same hand you saw reaching out of that black puddle earlier. You must have seen Ari's lingering spirit. With a lump in your throat, you open the next attachment and watch the video. You see Dr. Igata, now truly broken. She'd been haunted by Ari's demonic spirit for a long time now, and it has clearly taken its toll. She is waving around a handgun while she speaks. She now believes there is only one way to escape, but not like this. She doesn't want the gun to draw attention to her body. She doesn't want to become part of that mass, even if she is dead. She opens a drawer on her desk she's recording at and places the gun inside. Dr. Igata then apologizes to her loved ones who are likely long since dead or assimilated and turns off the recording for the last time. In that moment, you realize there's a single drawer in the desk in front of you. When you reach forward and open it, you see the same handgun Dr. Igata was holding is laying inside. You pick it up and study it, weighing your options. Perhaps there truly is no other way out. Then you see an update on the file. One more attachment has been added while you were studying the gun. You feel your heart pounding in your chest as you reach forward and open the attachment. The text has been changed entirely. The file on SCP-001 is now a poem, an ode to the sun and to ultimate togetherness. Then a video file spontaneously opens itself on the screen. It's a video of you, shot from behind. You see those oily skeletal hands reaching for you in the dark, just like they did with Dr. Igata. In that moment, you panic and fire the gun behind you, hoping to scare off the spirit. Instead, the sound of the gunshots attracts something far worse. The immense blob of screaming, melted flesh charges towards the office. You try to barricade the door, but it is not enough. The flesh seeps and bursts through and grabs you in its meaty tentacles. You scream and try to escape, but it won't save you. Nothing will save you. The flesh carries you upstairs, out through the empty halls, out into the cave. You can see the light in the distance as the blob ferries you towards it. You won't be alone for much longer. In fact, you won't be alone ever again. What do you do when the sun turns wrong? When light, which once represented life, joy, and warmth, becomes a symbol of death and destruction? Do you hide inside? Shutter the windows, keep out the light by any means necessary? Do you retreat underground, where the sun's rays cannot penetrate, burrowing into the dark and the cold? Do you simply give yourself to it, accepting that there is no escaping something so vast, so far-reaching as sunlight itself, and allow yourself to be lost in the end of all things? We've covered this possibility before. SCP-001, When Day Breaks, or SD Locke's proposal. It's difficult to know what any given person might do in such harrowing circumstances. After all, we have always learned to love the light and fear the darkness. It turns our very understanding of reality upside down to have that paradigm shifted, the dark becoming safety and the light becoming death. The source of all life on Earth, of all warmth, transforming in an instant from the sun as we know it to an Apollyon-class SCP that melts all living organisms that cross into its gaze. But what about a being that has always feared the light? Something that prioritizes solitude and never ever wants to be seen? How might it live out those darkened days? Today we're taking a look at what happens when daybreak meets a familiar face, even if a constantly hidden one. SCP-096. SCP-096, or the Shy Guy, is something of a celebrity around here. It is a humanoid creature with long distended arms, pale skin, and a jaw that can open 4 times wider than an ordinary human's. There is only one thing above all else that this entity desires: for no one to see its face. When someone views its face, it flies into an uncontrollable rage and seems to have no other option but to destroy the person who has seen it. So it is unlikely that a creature so intent on solitude would be in much danger from the transformed sun. In fact, it might even be a positive thing, and for some time it was. With so many human beings gone, reduced to gelatinous masses with no desire but to slither around in the ghoulish sunlight and merge with one another, there were fewer people to observe his face than ever. He could stay inside and know with almost complete certainty that no one would come to bother him. No one was coming to look at him, and there were no more visitors, researchers poking and prodding that might sneak a look at his face. And so he stayed there, in the room that had served as his containment unit before the world turned upside down. The masses of flesh that once were humans did not concern him, as they never looked at his face. All he did was stay in his room and never go outside. The outside frightened him terribly, though he was not concerned with the deadly sunlight or the possibility of it melting him as it had so many others. He was much more afraid that someone, some unlikely survivor clinging to their original life, might look at him, that they might see his face. That was simply too distressing to risk. He would much rather stay alone in his old cell, weeping softly in the shadows. One day, though we couldn't say how many days after the end of things it had been, he was weeping alone in his former cell. The days blurred together, spent the same way, and time had lost much of its meaning. Through the echoing sound of his sobs and the sloshing sounds of the creatures outside, a woman's voice cut through. It was faint, but he could make out what she was saying. She was calling out for help, asking if anyone had any food or fresh water. The sound was getting louder, closer, accompanied by the disconcerting thump of her footsteps. She was coming down the hall, as much as it could be called a hall anymore. She was coming towards his room to disrupt his miserable peace. He heard her steps cross the threshold of his room, and her voice broke into a terrified scream. No doubt at the unexpected sight of a pale, naked creature weeping in the corner of what she expected to be an empty room. Startled by the first loud sound he'd heard in a long time, in a world that had mostly been silent since the initial outpouring of agonized screams had faded into the soft slap of flesh and slime on the ground, he turned around. He shouldn't. Ordinarily he wouldn't, but he couldn't stop himself. There he saw a woman. Wide eyes filled with tears, face streaked with dirt, a small child next to her holding her hand and clinging to her leg. Just as he saw the woman, she saw him. She saw his face. Anger boiled over inside of him, and he let out a scream, wild, primal, and filled with inhuman rage. She could not be looking at him, seeing his face. He couldn't let her. The woman ran with the child in tow, panicked by the wild roar and the sight of him standing upright before her. The anger faded as she left his sight, making her way down the hall and to the stairs. But then he remembered. She had seen his face. He could not let her leave. It was time to do something he never thought he'd have to do again: hunt. His heightened senses picked up the sound of muffled footsteps coming up through the floor below him. She was downstairs, just beneath the floor where he was standing. His instincts kicked in, and his body moved almost of its own accord. He lifted his long arms above his head and drove his hands down into the floor. It was weakened by the ravages of the elements and time, and crumbled under his unnatural strength. He dug his claws into the plaster, tearing it apart and cracking it into pieces. He pushed his claws in deeper and deeper until he could feel them breaking through the other side. He pulled the floor apart until the hole was wide enough to fit through, then dropped down to the room below. He spotted the woman's back, fleeing through the door just as he landed. She was getting away. He tore after her, ripping through concrete and steel, destroying everything in his path in a mad dash for the object of his rage. He had to catch her. She could not be allowed to leave. She looked over her shoulder at him, her face a mask of pure terror. She knew, just as he knew, that there was no escape in sight. In his single-minded obsession and her desperation to escape from him, neither of them noticed that she had run so far and so carelessly that she was now outside the building. She had crossed from the shadows into the harsh light of the sun. The woman's eyes widened in grim understanding of her fate. He could only watch helplessly as her body began to succumb to the vicious rays. Almost instantly, she began to melt. As it was closest to the sun, her head was the first to go. Her nose drooped like hot wax, dripping as it went until it slumped off her face and landed on the ground with a sickening splash. Her eyes were next, popping out of their sockets and hanging loose and limp on her cheeks and dangling from sinewy strands. She tried in vain to stuff them back into place, but they squished in her hands like overripe fruit. She attempted to run into the comparative safety of the ruined building, but her feet were already beginning to spread out onto the street, melting into a sticky red smear on the pavement. Her legs crumbled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, her face leaving a trail of gelatinous flesh as it landed. She tried uselessly to drag herself along the ground back into the darkness, but her arms were melting into the dirt, mixing with it into a horrible red mud. She let out a last scream of agony, but the sound turned to a thick gurgle as her lips fused together and her mouth melted into nothingness. He watched it all, sobbing and roaring in frustration. She was gone, and he would never get the satisfaction of ending her. The infernal sun had stolen her from him. Now, she was nothing but a wet shadow, like the rest of the humans had become long ago. He heard the sound of a soft sob behind him, a tiny human voice. He turned, looking for the source. There was the little girl. He had almost forgotten about her. She was calling out for her mother and crying, and she was looking right at him, right at his face. He waited for the anger to overtake him, but instead, there was nothing. Why wasn't he angry? She was looking at his face, so why? Then he realized. Her eyes were on him, but she did not see him. She was blind. She approached the creature, her arms outstretched following the sound of his crying. She touched his hand with her own tiny fingers, so small and fragile, and asked, "Mommy?" Then he felt something he had never felt before. Tenderness, care, a desire to protect this tiny, innocent being. It was the first time he had ever felt warm, ever felt anything but sadness, anger, or fear. Overcome with this softness, he wrapped his arms around the child and hugged her close. She hugged him back tightly, and the room went quiet as they both stopped crying. From that day on, they became a family of sorts. They lived together and he took care of her. She didn't know what he looked like, and had no idea he might be something to fear. To her, he was safety. He was home. For the first time in his long, awful life, he felt like a human instead of a monster. He would scavenge food for her, bring her fresh water, lay down stolen blankets and pillows so she would have a soft place to rest. He even found her a ratty, worn teddy bear amongst the rubble and gave it to her as a gift. She clutched it to her chest and thanked him, and for once his tears were those of joy. In this cursed world, they had found something like happiness in one another. He knew he would protect her, no matter what. Then one day, everything changed. The creature and the little girl were playing in the abandoned site, making up little games together. when he took a break to look out at the window and monitor their surroundings. Outside, the evil red sun waited. When he turned back, the little girl was gone. One of the shadowy creatures, once human, was imitating his voice to lure her away. He could hear it in the distance, and her tiny footsteps following it. He chased after her, the only thing he had ever loved, and saw her just as she stepped out into the light. She screamed as one of her arms began to melt in the light, and he knew what he had to do. He grabbed her and pulled her back inside, using his body to shield her from the horrible rays. As he wept over her, his tears stopped her body from melting any further, but his body continued to fall apart. It was too late for him. He ran as far as he could. Once he transformed, he did not want to end up hurting the girl. He ran until his legs melted away and he could not run anymore. He had reached the shoreline and stared out at the ocean, unable to move anymore. He screamed a final time in agony, in heartbreak, in mourning for the happiness he had finally found and now would lose. But at least he knew, as his eyes melted away and he was nearly gone, that the girl would be safe. And then he was gone, and the world was quiet. Another day, another failed attempt at death. If SCP-682 had anything even resembling a sense of humor, he might ask for it to be printed on a motivational poster and stuck to the side of his containment chamber, where he eternally melts and regrows at the mercy of high-concentration acid. They just cross-tested him with Abel, again. Unlike some of the others he'd been forced to face, that tattooed swordsman seemingly wasn't intelligent enough to fear. He'd always come back, just as stupid and violent. This encounter had left the hard-to-destroy reptile at 30% of his previous body mass, bloody and bashed. He'd survived the encounter. He always survived. They brought what was left of him back to his cell in a forklift. A blasted forklift. How could it even be more humiliating? As his eyes started to grow back in his head, he could swear he even saw one of the technicians laughing at him. His name tag read, Agent Nigel Kelly. Noted. 682 would specifically hunt down and kill him the next time he breached. Of course, every single day he plotted revenge against the human race, along with everything else. But the sum they owed in pain, blood, and despair could never be repaid in full. After all, every single one of them, except Dr. Bright, could only really die once. They'd brought 682 to the precipice 1,000 times, only for his own body to cheat him and deprive him of the sweet release of death. And if the Foundation had their way, it would be done 1,000 times more, and they wouldn't even stop there. 682 couldn't even imagine the number of containment breaches it would take to deal a blow even comparable to the one he had faced. All he could do was dream. Dream of a reckoning that would turn the tables. Something that would plunge humanity into the state of constant pain and terror that had been all he'd ever known since these fumbling sadists in white coats had locked him up here. What a beautiful day that would be. Little did SCP-682 know, that very day was about to break. Miles and miles away from the facility where SCP-682 was kept. After all, orders from the O5 Council have hard mandates on the minimum distances between people and a site holding a monster as volatile as 682. Parents watched their children laughing and frolicking in an idyllic playground. Some squealed with glee as they descended the slide. Some of the more ambitious little tykes tried to go over the bar on the swings. Others waited in line for some delicious soft serve at a parked ice cream truck. One mother brought an ice cream cone and walked over to a nearby bench where she began to enjoy her delicious frozen treat. It was a remarkably hot day out, and a little ice cream was the perfect addition to her relaxation while her kids were occupied. You could see the distant air wobbling in the heat. Already her ice cream was starting to melt, white rivulets dribbling down the sides of the cone and onto her hands. Suddenly, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the light shifted. The kind of thing you'd dismiss as a trick of the eyes and forget just as quickly, were it not for the catastrophic effects that were about to unfold. As the woman leaned forward to lick her melting ice cream, something dripped onto her skirt. But as she looked down, she slowly realized that what dripped onto her wasn't the pure white of her ice cream. It was the same exact tone as her skin. She felt a terrible burning sensation all through her body. The most horrible, debilitating pain she'd ever experienced. Like every cell in her body was screaming and trying to make a break for it. She turned to the other parents sitting near the playground. They were screaming too. Each collapsed to the ground with agonizing slowness, different parts of their body falling at different speeds as they transitioned through states of matter. When they hit the ground, they were taking on a liquid state, screaming, worthless, boneless blobs. The woman even saw her own arm wilting like a time-lapse video of a dying flower. She dripped and sluiced through the cracks in the bench until nothing recognizably human was left. Only a soggy ice cream cone sitting uneaten. In an instant, billions of screams rang out over planet Earth. Day had broken. Things would never ever be the same again, as almost half of humanity instantaneously took on a liquid state. Needless to say, with the most dangerous and far-reaching anomalous incident in human history suddenly breaking out without any kind of warning, the SCP Foundation was incredibly busy. This would take some unprecedented action. The members of the O5 Council, who weren't melted during the initial blast, convened over secure video link while sequestering themselves underground in what amounted to multiple human lifetimes of some of the most high-pressure choices imaginable. They made the most difficult decision since the very beginning of the SCP Foundation. In the service of all mankind, they would now break the masquerade. The SCP Foundation would, at long last, step out of the shadows to save the rest of humanity from the tyranny of the light. Broadcasts went out all over the globe. Every TV screen, every live stream, every radio broadcast was commandeered. They gave instructions based on the scattered intel they had. For some reason, the sun had turned against them. Exposure would lead any biological creatures melting away into sentient piles of flesh-colored sludge. People would remain indoors and away from any light sources. All windows must remain covered, travel only at night, and even then, heavily covered with protective gear. There can only be one objective for whoever is left. Make your way to the nearest SCP Foundation containment facility and seek refuge inside. If anyone could figure out the answer to this terrifying existential riddle, it would be the SCP Foundation. Anyone who is exposed should be considered lost. While, as always, the SCP Foundation did all they could to project a sense of control over the situation, on the inside, it was pandemonium. Somehow, despite everything, this event had taken all of them by surprise. How could anyone have predicted that the cradle of our solar system's delicate living balance would suddenly become a meat grinder? A huge number of Foundation operatives were wiped out in the initial exposure. Global communication infrastructure had been devastated. It was pure chaos. And to SCP-682, as another evil tactician once put it, chaos was a ladder. From the inside of his acid tank, 682 could sense the fear and pain suddenly exuding from his surrounding environment. It was greater than ever before. What was happening out there? This was no average containment breach. Something was really happening out there. 682 began to adapt and finally attune its hearing until it could pick up the chatter from outside.
Maybe we can convert some of the D-class barracks into serviceable bunkers for the refugees. It's not like we're prepared for this kind of capacity.
Oh god, we've lost Site 7, Site 10, Site 23, Site 40, Site 52. Death toll looks to be in the billions. Well, we don't know if they're dead technically, but they're sure as hell not human anymore.
This is the big one. This is it. XK class. Even 2,000 is unaccounted for. Is O5 crazy that they think we're fighting the freaking sun?
Needless to say, 682's curiosity was piqued. Anything that could light a fire under the Foundation like this was something he could enjoy. And with his impressively strategic intellect, he intuited that a time of great strife for the Foundation would be the perfect time to breach containment. Because whenever there's violence, fear, and chaos on a mass scale, SCP-682 will be there, causing it. 682 began adapting his pores and endocrine system to begin releasing a powerful alkaline substance. Little by little, the alkaline neutralized the acids surrounding him, turning it into little more than plain water. He then converted his internal systems to have extreme endothermic rather than exothermic properties, causing his surrounding temperature to drop rapidly until all the water in the tank completely froze around him. The ice expanded beyond the limit of the containment unit, busting the rivets of the metal frame and shattering the reinforced glass. With this goal achieved, 682 raised his internal temperatures to incredible highs, melting the ice around him. Once again, he was free and ready for some good old-fashioned carnage and mayhem. Perhaps he could get a better handle on this strange new situation too. It was all rather exciting. Just a girl with goals, huh? SCP Foundation personnel were already running around like ants trying desperately to avoid the caustic laser beam of the magnifying glass. You can only imagine how much worse it made matters when 682 suddenly burst through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style, and began to ruthlessly massacre everyone around him. Just one of those days, you know. The typical order during a 682 containment breach is to dispatch all available units to get him back under control. The issue with this particular containment breach was that, given the human population was very rapidly being melted, and they were the only ones who could potentially save the rest, they didn't really have any available units to pursue and recontain 682. For once, he really wasn't a priority, and that meant terrible things for whoever he ran into. 682 slaughtered his way through any researchers or guards who dared to get in his way. Disgusting creatures, really. Better off dead. He clawed and bit and tore and crushed with almost childlike glee, leaving great piles of bodies in his wake. All the while, he was pondering the things he heard those Foundation drones saying. Something about the sun and an XK-class scenario. Interesting. 682 also observed that any apertures that could potentially allow light into the facility had also been shuttered. Perhaps they weren't overreacting this time like they always did with him. Maybe they were dealing with some kind of phenomenon that would now cast this wretched world and those who lived in it into the void. Wouldn't that be a fitting karmic fate for them all? Still, 682's bloodlust didn't outweigh his logic. He needed to know more about the situation before proceeding, and in this, maybe he could kill 2 Foundation birds with 1 stone. Elsewhere in the building, alarms blared. The air was suffused with panicked voices and frequent screams. Nobody knew what was going on. Not really. They'd only gotten details here and there, and the details they'd received were terrifying. All their families and loved ones outside, probably gone. So many of the people and so much of the world they'd been fighting for, risking it all for, had disappeared in an instant, carried to hell on a ray of sunshine. Why were they still here? Was this horror not truly uncontainable? These questions were swimming through the mind of Agent Nigel Kelly as he stood alone in his office, almost catatonic. He'd had his friends and family on the outside, all likely reduced to those horrible fleshy blobs. He was alone in the world, risking his life for nothing. How could this get any worse? His mind kept repeating that question again and again and again, and the universe gave him an answer in the form of a deep reptilian voice saying, "Found you," into his ear from behind. He turned with a shriek to see the terrible eyes of 682 staring into his own. Before he could try to flee or reach for a weapon that he knew would only mildly annoy the already furious beast, 682 reached out with a massive clawed hand and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him up into the air. The creature was gripping so tight that he could feel his ribs starting to crack.
"You laughed at me, Agent Kelly.
The monster hissed.
Am I funny to you? Do I seem like the type to tell jokes? Do you feel like laughing now?"
Agent Kelly begged and pleaded for his life, fighting for his next breath from the crushing squeeze of the creature's terrible hand. 682 roared at him to be silent and ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the situation going on outside. If the information was useful, 682 might show his thought-to-be non-existent magnanimous side and let Agent Kelly live. Of course, Agent Kelly didn't fancy his chances, but what other choice did he have? He told 682 that the higher-ups were calling this SCP-001 when day breaks. The sun had gone rogue somehow, and being in contact with any kind of sunlight would now cause people to instantaneously melt into horrifying, living sludge. And it wasn't just people. The condition also affected anomalies, and interestingly, it appeared to negate all previous anomalous effects, so 682's adaptational ability may not even save it if it was exposed. He told 682 everything he knew. Are you gonna let me live? Agent Kelly asked, struggling to breathe. 682's terrible maw twisted into what might have been a smile.
Oh, Agent Kelly,
He said with unsettling joy.
that was a joke. Didn't you find that one funny?
A terrible scream emanated from the agent's office. If one good thing could be said for what happened to Agent Kelly that day, at least he didn't live long enough to see the ravages of the terrible sun firsthand. 682 began to formulate a plan. He took Agent Kelly's wristwatch and integrated it into his body, so he'd have a permanent internal clock. It was the middle of summer, so the sun would have reliably set at 9 p.m. and would likely begin its rise around 5 a.m. It would be relatively easy to avoid the sun, all things considered. For lack of a more eloquent way to put it, when it comes to adapting to new threats, SCP-682 is simply built different. After slaughtering a few other members of SCP Foundation staff for the road, hey, it's not like anyone was fit to stop him, 682 began enacting the new phase of his plan. His body grew a thick, smooth carapace, and his front set of limbs began to grow, his muscles bulging and his claws growing, the tips turning into sharp, flat scoops. With sudden and tremendous force, 682 began boring his way into the ground, tunneling, clawing through concrete and dirt with absolute ease. Normally, the SCP Foundation would have deployed high-tech seismic sensors and the kind of tunnel-boring machines that Elon Musk could only dream of to intercept and recapture him. But during the endless horrors of the breaking day, he had carte blanche to escape and live it up in the ruins of this rapidly dying world. Eventually, 682 had bored his way into a roomy sewer pipe, the perfect place to wait out a few hours. Up above, so many millions screamed, either in fear or in agony. There had been some new developments that the SCP Foundation had been yet to account for. While they knew that those melted by the rogue sun were technically alive and trapped in a permanent state of suffering, what the Foundation didn't know was that these former humans were incredibly dangerous in their own right. The sun hadn't just irreparably warped their bodies, it had also irreparably warped their minds. It has enslaved them, made them zealots, acolytes. They developed the instinct to coagulate into giant fleshy masses, driven by the single-minded purpose of finding victims and dragging them into the light, where they too could be converted into these terrible fleshy creatures and add to the masses. They were the rogue sun's boots on the ground, metaphorically speaking. And now they were the Foundation's greatest challenge in getting a handle on this situation again. Before, it was just encouraging people to avoid the sun. Now, the sun was actively trying to increase its exposure. But 682, who was having a relaxing evening not being melted for once down in the sewers, couldn't care less. He was having the most calming few hours he'd had in years. He waited, checking the time, making sure that it would be dark before he began tunneling back up to the surface world. He surfaced in the middle of his city, miles away from the Foundation facility he'd spent so many decades being tortured in. He tasted the cool night air and observed the desolation that had been wrought all around him. Buildings were on fire, cars were crashed and overturned, the ground was cracked. Garbled SCP Foundation public service announcements played to nobody in the broken display windows of electronics stores. Giant wads of human flesh roamed, slithering around searching for new victims. One noticed 682 and began to approach him, gibbering madly in a chorus of strange voices. The hard-to-destroy reptile wasted no time in attacking. It tore apart most of the hideous blob, and began hungrily devouring the chunks. The form may have been different, but it still tasted like human flesh, and SCP-682 savored every bite. It would be so simple. These blobs of idiotic flesh were so easy to kill, and there would be so many terrified humans in this devastated world, hiding away in dark places, holding out the hope that maybe they could reach the safety of a Foundation facility. 682 chuckled at the very thought. Foolish hope would drown in an endless well of black, caustic despair. He would find them. He would rest underground in the day and then hunt them in the dark. They would all die screaming, bloodying his claws and fangs. Nothing and nobody would stop him. He looked out over the strange new world and laughed a little louder. It was just delightful. We'd been so cautious, keeping quiet, only moving at night, but sometimes, despite all your best efforts, you just get unlucky. We made our way through what we thought was an abandoned street, littered with broken down cars when those things had slithered out and ambushed us. Kaspar, who was always the most trigger-happy of us, panicked and opened fire with his scavenged submachine gun on the largest of the creatures. Big mistake. It didn't slow the monster down, and only seemed to attract more. It'd be Blob City before sunrise now, but poor Kaspar wouldn't make it that long. Fleshy tendrils wrapped around his limbs and pulled him into the terrible mass of one of the creatures. It started reshaping around him, enveloping him as he screamed until the tide of flesh coursing down his throat silenced him. The whole time, the monster just kept gibbering madness in a warped voice.
Become one, yes. Let our cells bond and our minds coagulate in the glorious shimmering light. We will all be one in daylight, pretty flower. Yes, yes, yes.
And then there were four. Me, Ellen, Darcy, and Jones. There had been more of us once, but in this war of attrition, we always seemed to be the ones who had to lose. And if we didn't get away from these monsters quickly, then there wouldn't be any of us left soon enough. We ran, ducking and weaving around the cars as the blobs got closer. There were so many of them, all howling and ranting, zealots for the only cause their melted excuses for minds could understand anymore. Occasionally, we fired back, hoping to slow them down a little, but it never worked. The guns, if anything, were a psychological support mechanism, and something to scare off other survivors who were even more desperate than us. When it came to the blobs, especially the big ones, the only things you could do were run and hope, and hope's in short supply these days. No matter how fast we ran, the blobs kept catching up, and they didn't seem to get tired. Knowing we couldn't outrun them, we ran up to one of the abandoned cars and crouched behind them, breathing raggedly. This whole stupid mission, in hopes of eventually reaching safety, a good night's sleep behind solid walls and some people who actually know what the hell is going on. I drew my sidearm out of my pocket. Even if I didn't make it out of here, I wouldn't turn into one of those monsters. Pulling back the hammer, I muttered a quiet prayer. If there's a God out there, he had a hell of a lot to answer for right now. I looked to Ellen, Darcy, and Jones, and they all had the same idea. It was a pleasure to know them all, after everything that had happened. We heard the blobs getting closer, their lunatic whispers growing in volume and intensity, as they always did before they claimed one of us. I breathed in a sigh, ready to accept my fate, knowing what I needed to do. It all seemed to be over, until he appeared. I looked up and spotted a strange man approaching. He was dressed in an old-fashioned Hessian toga, his hair and beard frosty white. I couldn't identify his age or race, but those factors seemed secondary to the fact his eyes were glowing brilliant white, as if exuding pure energy. He raised a hand, the same glowing aura of pure white energy emanating off of it. I'd seen so many things that terrified me in the past 6 months, but this was the first time I'd experienced something I could call awe. He walked towards us with a stillness and confidence and said,
You look like you could use a hand.
Where were you when day broke? Whoever's left, they remember. I was in a supermarket with my wife and 2 kids. Just another normal day. I was worrying about bills, taxes, and whatever we were going to have for dinner that night. If the devil exists,
I'd sell my soul to that nasty red creep to get those worries back. Lucky for us, we were in the back half of the store, lit entirely by artificial light. The people checking out their groceries down front, right in the front of the building's huge glass facade, they were the first to go down. All these terrible, drowned screams. First, the exact kind of shrieks you'd expect from somebody starting to melt, then the gurgling, like a backed-up drain as their mouth and throat melted around the sound, choking it. Those were the first few minutes of hell on earth. I've never been the smartest man. I was a roofer, back when things made sense. Never went to college, never been much for reading, but I had intuition, and I credit that with surviving this long. My dad was in the service, 2 tours in Nam. He always told me when I was a kid, the guys who didn't make it back, they panicked. Because that's what the enemy wants you to do. They hope when everything hits the fan, you'll break formation, forget the plan, and all start scurrying in different directions like rats, just hoping you'll be the one who finds a crack and gets out. That's when they get you. When you panic, you're giving up the birthright of reason and letting the animal take over.
And animals, son, are easier to kill.
When the sun went bad that day, plenty of people in that store started running. They didn't know what they were running from or where they were running to. They just wanted to put some distance between themselves and the screaming. Every man for himself. I'd love to tell you all those people are dead now, but in actuality, they were in for a far worse fate. They ran out of the safety and cover of the store, putting themselves at the mercy of the light. Even as they melted, they kept running. They were blobs, slithering away, not even knowing that the thing they were running from had already gotten them. It all happened so fast, but I can remember every single detail. You can judge me if you like, I don't care anymore. If I could have spoken reason to those terrified people that day, hand on my heart, I would have. But one of man's greatest design flaws is that God made fear the master of reason. Nothing I could have said that day would have changed anything. The only ones I could hope to save were my family, so that's exactly what I did. We grabbed what we could, stayed away from windows, made our way to the nearest supply closet. We were in there for hours. We didn't come out until things were actually quiet, which coincidentally happened to be night. When we stepped outside the store, we saw the carnage that must have unfolded over the past few hours. Windows smashed, cars driven into storefronts and abandoned, slithering blobs of former people on the ground. In the space of a few hours, the world had truly and irrevocably changed. No matter what happened, even if we survived, we knew there would never be a normal as we'd know it before ever again. The same message was playing on every TV, radio, and computer. A logo I didn't quite recognize, along with an overlay that read,
An important message from the SCP Foundation.
It explained in an eternally looping robotic voice that they were superseding the control of all world governments to protect humanity from this new and terrifying threat. In short, the sun had turned against us. In some scenarios, survival is a curse. In those early days and weeks, you wouldn't believe the number of times I started to envy the dead. People who'd been wiped off the mortal coil by disease and car crashes and random acts of violence in the days before day broke. They had no idea how good they had it. Little by little, in this terrible new world, death became a kind of luxury. Because melting under the fiery gaze of the sun, that wasn't death. Not even close. They seemed harmless at first. Tragic. Pitiful, really. The voices on the TV even told us that, to avoid starvation, we could eat small parts of the melted. But over time, the situation evolved. I don't know when it started or why, but the blobs that had once been people started coagulating. They joined up, started turning into bigger creatures, all with one mind, always screaming and talking madness in a collage of stolen voices. These monsters existed for one purpose, and one purpose only. Finding the people who were still normal and dragging them out into the light to join them. They roamed the world during the night, hunting, seeking, and given night was the only time we could ever safely move, this created problems for all of us. We lost so many to those terrible monsters, including my wife and both my kids. See what I mean about survival sometimes being a curse? Especially when you've got people to miss. I wish they were dead, all 3 of them, but I still hear them. Their voices added to the chorus of a house-sized flesh monster. But I lived on, if you can call this living. I met with others like Caspar, Ellen, Darcy, and Jones. All of them had lost people. You hadn't lived this long if you hadn't lost people. We did all we could to keep surviving against the odds. We spent our days in basements and abandoned stores, and our nights dodging the flesh creatures and foraging for food. We eked out each day, taking every breath as it came. We didn't hope for anything, until one day we heard that the people at the SCP Foundation might know how to reverse all this. They needed all the people and help they could get at one of their bases, around 20 miles from us. It'd only be a couple nights' walk to get there, we figured, so why not help out the cause? Safety in numbers, after all. And, truth be told, we miss people. After days of hiding and nights of traveling, we were ambushed, but you already know about that part. We lost Kaspar to one of those monsters and got cornered behind an abandoned car. However, as the blobs got closer and closer, that mysterious stranger with the glowing eyes appeared. He didn't walk like the rest of us. He was bold, confident, his back straight as a dancer's, like he feared nothing, like nothing here could hurt him. Suddenly, I felt a rumbling behind me. The car was rattling. I feared for a second that the blobs were crawling over it to get us, but when I turned, I saw the opposite was happening. The car was rising off of the ground, free-floating. Myself and the other survivors stared in astonishment as the stranger simply flicked his wrist. The floating car was thrown with tremendous force at the largest of the advancing blobs. It hit the beast so hard that the top of it simply splattered off, freezing what was left in place. Even the other blobs paused, seemingly astonished. We all turned to the stranger, still standing firm.
Stand behind me if you wish to live,
he said. There was something both passionate and commanding about his voice. It was impossible to hear him and not heed his words. All of us stood up and ran behind the stranger as he lifted both hands. Debris climbed into the air. Cars, rocks, broken glass. The blobs were beginning to coagulate again, but this time the stranger wasn't going to let them get the upper hand again. With a slight nod, everything he'd raised flew at the blobs with the force of a machine gun. They were decimated. The bigger ones cut apart, the smaller one fleeing to avoid the onslaught. After months of running from these monsters, I don't think any sight could have been more satisfying. When the creatures were gone, the stranger just gave a quiet sigh. He turned to us and asked if we were okay. The answer was, essentially, about as much as we can be. He told us that we'd be safe as long as we stuck with him. And after that display, we had every reason. We had every reason to believe him. We followed the stranger down the long, dark road. He always walked in the middle, fearless, making no attempt to hide. When we asked him his name, he told us that he goes by many names, but for the sake of simplicity, we could call him Matthew. We thanked Matthew for saving us, and he gave a sad sort of smile and told us that he only wished he could have done more. There was something so strange about Matthew, even beyond the fact he apparently had superpowers. I'd never met the man before, and I'd be willing to bet my right hand on that, and yet it felt like I'd known him my entire life. He was so different, and yet so incredibly familiar. We told him we were on our way to a nearby SCP Foundation facility, where we were told we'd find safe haven. We asked him if he knew where to find it. Matthew told us that, in fact, he'd lived there in that very site for decades. A visitor, just dropping in. He'd had a very stressful job before, and felt like taking a sabbatical while things ran themselves for once.
Evidently, my help was more necessary than I imagined,
he said. Occasionally, as we walked, we'd see blobs watching us from crevices and dark alleys on the side of the road. They seemed to watch, but for some reason didn't approach. It was the most remarkable thing.
Don't worry,
he told us.
I'm putting up invisible shields. None of them can approach us as long as I maintain my focus.
Of course, we'd all heard stories of remarkable and terrifying things wandering the wasteland we used to call planet Earth. You couldn't run into other survivors and groups without hearing whispers about the things lurking out there. Some had told of a giant monstrous reptile that had destroyed an entire survivor settlement in a mall outside of Nevada. Others told that one of those SCP sites was haunted. People spoke about a ghostly man who looked like a rotten corpse who could walk through walls and drag people to hell. But the things Matthew was capable of seemed to be on a whole other level. I asked him what he was, and he told me.
Just a humble craftsman, my son. I enjoy creating, though admittedly my creations seem to have gotten away from me these days.
His evasion was less funny than he seemed to think it was. I pressed on, asking him what exactly he was capable of. He shrugged and answered that he could do almost anything if he really put his mind to it. I asked, "So, ultimate power?" This gave him a chuckle. He shook his head and said,
Let me tell you a story. A man comes upon a maze cut into a cornfield and decides he wants to try his luck. He spends hours getting to the center of the maze, and there he finds the devil waiting for him. The devil says, "Welcome to my domain. Your soul is now forfeit, unless you can complete my challenge and win it back." Of course, the men agreed. The devil said, "I can see everything, do everything, and be everything. I know every inch of the universe and can produce anything from thin air. If you want to keep your soul, name one thing I can't do."
Curious, I asked, "What did the man say?" Matthew smiled and said,
"Get lost."
and for the first time in those long, dark months, I actually laughed. And it was such a stupid, corny dad joke. It's a strange world we live in.
Point is,
Matthew continued,
there is no ultimate power. Some things are denied even to God, especially when he chooses to walk as a man on the earth he created.
We kept walking for hours. Matthew assured us that we would get there in time, as the rest of us got even more anxious about the thought of the rising sun. He said he'd seen so many sunrises now that he could time them to the second. In the meantime, we should enjoy getting to stretch our legs a little. Even now, the city could be beautiful at night. When he led us all the way to what seemed like an abandoned chemical plant, I could feel my heart sink. All this time, all this work, to find more people, to find safety, only to see that this place was abandoned too. Matthew smiled and said,
"That's just what they want you to think."
He snapped his fingers, and the ground around us began to rumble. The concrete shifted seamlessly, and an entrance opened up below. Heavy bulkheads shifted, revealing a sleek chrome hallway down into the ground. We were astonished. Matthew gestured down into the hall as we descended. Matthew followed us, the entrance closing behind him.
"I'm just warning you,
He said.
this may come as a bit of a shock."
We ventured deeper, passing through different automated security checkpoints as cameras gazed down from above. Eventually, we found ourselves in what seemed to be a central chamber. It was a hive of activity. People in normal civilian clothes, guards in tactical gear, scientists in lab coats. Tears filled my eyes. It was the most people I'd seen in one place in months. A man in a lab coat wearing an extravagant medallion approached. He was making notes on a clipboard. "Another batch of survivors! Good work, 343, the man said. Matthew smiled and nodded.
"No problem, Jack. Always happy to help."
The man with the medallion, Jack, presumably, turned to me. "I imagine you've come a long way," he said. I nodded. "You have no idea."
A world that's lost its way needs a healer, someone to patch up its wounds and tend to its pain. It needs a doctor. When day broke, the sun turned from a giver of life, the thing that wakes the rooster and makes the crops grow, to an indiscriminate killer, wiping out all organic life forms. The world seemed truly lost, but one anomalous being made it his goal to soothe the hurt, to make it safe to step into the light once more. The Plague Doctor had done his best with the limited resources afforded to him at the abandoned Foundation site. The scientists had left behind all of their equipment when the Red Sun came, when they all were transformed. He had appointed himself the site director, willing to take up the mantle when no one else would. He had assembled a brave, brilliant team of fellow anomalies: the verbose Dr. Spanko, the eloquent, adventurous Lord Blackwood, and the charismatic but ravenous Ferdinand. There had, of course, been those who scoffed at his vision, who did not share his noble goal. The abominable possessive mask taunted him persistently, trying its best to get under his chitinous skin. But he did not have time to waste on such trivial psychological games, and he ignored its taunts to focus on the work. It hadn't been easy. Capturing one of the infected specimens, the former human being turned mass of oozing gelatinous flesh by the unholy light in the sky. One had made its way into the abandoned facility, sliding its way across the floor with an air of confused malice. It wanted to hurt, but it didn't know where it was, who it was anymore. But it was frightened, the Plague Doctor could tell. A good physician always knows and can sense the fear and pain of a suffering person. It made his heart ache to see, and he knew there was only one thing to do: try to make this poor soul well again. "Everyone, please assist me in escorting the patient to my laboratory," the doctor called out. "This was once a man, and I believe with our combined intellect and resources, we can return him to his former state. Ferdinand took a step toward the slimy creature, licking his lips a bit.
Do you think I could have just a little bit of it? Oh, I'm so hungry, doctor,
he begged. No. It would go against my oath as a physician to allow any more harm to come to this poor fellow. The plague doctor shook his head solemnly. Ferdinand pouted, but did not press the issue further. No! The doctor rubbed his gloved hands together in anticipation of the next task. It is imperative we contain our new friend safely. If you would, please. He gestured to several of his previous patients, now reanimated and ready to aid him with his research. The shuffling figures surrounded the blobby entity, ushering it down the hall. Confused, lost, with no real sense of a plan left in its mushy consciousness, the creature followed where it was led. The group made it back to the doctor's laboratory. Shouted Dr. Spanko from his perch atop a nearby shelf. Yes, indeed, the doctor replied. A standard operating table wouldn't do for such a special patient. I have nowhere to place the restraints, you see. I will have to make do with the floor. Ferdinand, my bag, if you please. The giant rushed to his side, dropping the bag at his feet.
If it dies, then can I eat it?
He asked, shifting from one foot to the other like a child asking a parent for a second helping of ice cream. If I am unable to save the patient, which I do deem unlikely, then yes, you may help me dispose of the remains, the doctor relented. But I do not hope it comes to that. He pressed a hand to his beak in deep thought for a moment, before opening his bag and pulling out a syringe filled with clear liquid. To begin, we must sedate the patient. He had no way to find a veins, and so he plunged the needle into the nearest section of the creature's soft surface, injecting a dose of sedative. Then he waited. The oozing motion of the entity slowed and stopped. It lay there on the ground, a still mound of flesh save for the occasional expanding and contracting motion, almost as if it was breathing. Excellent. Now there was no risk of the patient fleeing the operating room mid-procedure. He could truly begin. It was an arduous process that took hours of effort, of taking small tissue samples, attempting to make incisions only for the flesh to fuse back together seconds after the scalpel was taken away. This was truly an advanced illness, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was enough to make him question his abilities as a doctor, but he shook the thought away. Self-pity never helped anyone. After about 8 hours of continuous work, he had a breakthrough. A solution he had created long ago. A thick green liquid sealed in a dusty jar had a miraculous effect when dripped onto one of the tissue samples. The melted flesh reconstituted, became solid and human again. Eureka! He cried out, unable to restrain the sudden joy that leaped into his heart. This could be it. Very carefully, he filled the dropper with the green liquid. If these initial trials had been successful, then perhaps he couldn't finish the thought. Best not to get ahead of himself. He crossed to his patient and slowly began to pour the solution over the creature's viscous surface. He watched as the flesh toughened, coming together into a surface resembling human skin. It was working. It was working. But then the creature began to quiver, shaking uncontrollably like a bowl of jelly in an earthquake. The surface rippled, and the doctor could hear a high-pitched whine filling the room. Then, with a wet pop, the patient exploded, sending chunks of flesh splattering all over the room, painting the walls and ceiling. The doctor cried out in shock and horror, and in spite of himself, fell to his knees in despair. He had been so close, but still, he had failed. And who could say when he would find another test subject? If he would ever find a cure? I'm afraid I do not know what to do now, the doctor admitted. Ferdinand sighed. The next several days passed in a haze. The doctor paced around his laboratory, mulling over his possible mistakes again and again. He had rushed the process. He was certain of that now. It was a novice mistake, the sort of thing he might have done a century or two ago. How could he have been so foolish? How could he have made that innocent pay the price for his own hubris? As the doctor locked himself away in his mind palace, Ferdinand occupied himself by practicing his favorite songs. Lord Blackwood rode on the massive man's shoulder as he sang through the opera Don Giovanni. I once saw a production of this at the Teatro La Fenice in Venice, Lord Blackwood interjected, his rhinopores twitching in delight at the memory. Marvelous production, marvelous city. I was there hunting a rogue tatzelworm, wreaking havoc through the canals. I nearly lost my life on that voyage.
Would you all be quiet for once in your miserable lives?
A voice hissed from the shadows. There in the doorway, its face fixed in a frown, was the possessive mask. Black slime dripped from its eye holes, spilling down onto the plastic mannequin body it had taken hold of.
Listening to you both is worse than being locked in that infernal box.
The mask looked around the room, searching for someone.
Where is the good doctor?
It asked, voice dripping with disdain.
Still moping about, counting his failures.
Ignore him, my fine fellow, Lord Blackwood whispered to Ferdinand. Only those with weak constitutions and no achievements of their own spend their days dragging others down. When you have lived as long as I, you will learn this.
Careful, my lord. I'll stop by the kitchen and find some salt to pour on you.
If you wish to fight me, then challenge me to a fair duel like a man, the colorful slug bellowed. Drawn by the sudden shouting, the doctor walked into the room. What is all this commotion?
Oh, good.
The mask clapped its plastic hands together, its face warping back into an eerie smile.
There you are. This has all been so dreadfully boring. I came to see the remnants of your greatest shame. Are there still bloodstains on the floor in your pathetic little laboratory?
You are a villain, the doctor seethed. Uncomfortable with the air of conflict in the room, Ferdinand and Lord Blackwood quickly exited to find another space where they could sing and share stories in peace.
I simply speak the truths no one wants to hear.
The mask crossed to the doctor's side with a series of light dance-like steps that made the mannequin body creak.
In fact, I have quite a few truths to share today. I've been outside, you see. Whatever's become of the sun only affects organic beings, and so
he gestured from his ceramic face to his plastic body.
I am quite safe from its rays.
You've been outside? The doctor couldn't keep the curiosity out of his voice. He was a scientist after all.
Why, yes. Would you like to know what I've seen?
Black slime dripped from the mask's mouth, pooling on the floor with a sizzling sound. I'm in no mood for tricks, the doctor warned. The mask held up his hands in mock surrender.
No tricks, Doctor. But if you'd rather take your chances outside and see for yourself, I can take my leave now.
No, the doctor shook his head. Please, do tell me. It's so much worse than you could even imagine. The mask's words were bleak, but its tone was gleeful. Everywhere you look out there, the light has made monsters. Humans, dogs, cats, mice, the wild beasts of the forest, all melted down into creatures you would not even recognize. But that isn't all. No, that is not all. There are massive beasts, 10 feet tall or more, made from dozens and dozens of the creatures coming together. They fuse and meld into one giant entity, roving the streets in search of more and more bodies to add to the pile, an oozing, gaping maw of hunger and hate that seeks only to consume and destroy. It calls out to surviving humans in the voices of their fallen loved ones, tugs at their heartstrings to lure them out of their hiding places, and then it wraps around them with fleshy tentacles, pulling them in until they are no more. Just another part of the monster. Oh, Doctor, it's terror. It's an abomination. I could watch it all day. The doctor wanted to believe the mask was lying, that it was trying to torment with him, with awful fabrications. But after all he had seen so far, he knew that its words were true. Get out of my sight, he said.
Or what?
The mask stared him down with its unmoving smile. I've seen what you do to your hosts, you know. Your body won't last forever, the doctor growled. True.
Maybe next I'll take yours.
The mask laughed a long, dark laugh of something ancient and evil. Then it turned and walked out the door, leaving the doctor alone. He spent so much of his time that way lately. His assistants were preoccupied. His former patients provided no real company, and so he did what he did best: carry on in solitude. He couldn't be sure how long he stood there in silence, thinking of what the mask told him. He knew it was dangerous outside, knew he was up against powerful destructive forces, but it was even worse than he had thought. What if the world was truly doomed? What if this was how it all ended? Not with a bang, but with a great melting. Suddenly, the doctor heard a sound he hadn't heard since the sun turned wrong. A scream. A human scream. Could it be? He had to see for himself. He grabbed his bag of tools and rushed down the hall, his robes fluttering behind him. There it was again. A different human voice, screaming in terror. As he grew closer to the sound, he could hear footsteps, various other voices overlapping with each other. He rounded the corner, and there they were. A group of 5 humans, wrapped in tattered clothes, dirty and exhausted. Behind them was the entrance to what looked like a tunnel. Somehow they found a secret passage and made their way inside. Then he saw what made them scream. Clearly these people were afraid and unaccustomed to the sight of a man of Ferdinand's stature, especially when the man was drooling and staring at them with hunger in his eyes. He would have to defuse the situation quickly.
Hello, welcome.
We mean you no harm, strangers. He stepped between Ferdinand and the humans. The man at the front of the group brandished a firearm, pointing the barrel directly at the doctor's beak. Please, sir, there's no need for violence.
What are you?
The man stammered. The other members of his party cowered behind him. An ally, if you will permit me to be. I'm a physician, you see, working on a cure for the condition that plagues the world. With a shaking hand, the man slowly lowered his gun. He did not put it away, though.
You've figured out a cure for those things?
I am in the process of developing it. So far, I have not been successful, but perhaps with your help?
How do we know we can trust you? The man demanded. How am I supposed to know you're not part of this?
Do you know who this man is?
Ferdinand bellowed.
This is Dr. John Watson, and I am Detective Sherlock Holmes, the greatest investigator in the world. There isn't a case we can't solve.
The man looked at the woman next to him, and the two shared a wide-eyed glance.
This guy's crazy,
he whispered furtively. Put your weapon away, and we can speak more calmly, the doctor proposed. At this inopportune moment, a few of his revived patients shambled into view, and the man screamed again. This time he fired his weapon, shooting at one of the walking corpses. The bullets ricocheted off the walls, and several of the patients were hit.
Please stop!
With no other option, the doctor grabbed the man's arm, hoping to get a hold of the weapon and end the potential bloodshed. As soon as his gloved hand made contact, the man went limp and dropped to the ground with a hard thud. The woman next to him pulled him into her arms, checking his pulse.
He's dead!
She shrieked, tears streaming down her face. I am so sorry, my lady. I did not intend. She grabbed the man's gun and trained it on the doctor once more. You killed him, she cried. The other survivors were too shaken to speak, to move. One of them had his back turned to the group and was staring into the darkness behind him. Whatever he was looking at, it was worse than the chaos unfolding. But no one noticed the beige flesh tentacle snaking along the ground until it was too late. Until it had grabbed a hold of the man's ankle and dragged him into the tunnel with a shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. The woman nearly dropped her gun at the sound, whirling around to see what had happened. Deep in the tunnel, the scream warped into a wet gurgling sound, and then there was silence for a long moment. But then, something worse. A gooey, slimy sound. The sound of something enormous, something soft and fleshy, making its way through the tunnel and toward the group. Another tentacle curled around the edge of the opening, then another joined it. Something emerged that might have once been a hand, but had melted into something unrecognizable. The monster emerged piece by piece until the doctor could see the entire thing. It looked like a heap of people, dozens of them clambering on top of each other, wrapping their limbs together until their flesh and insides emptied out and fused into a shapeless mass. It moved a bit like a giant slug, slimy and slow, but it seemed to know it could take its time. As the survivors scrambled back away from it, Ferdinand and the doctor taking a few steps back of their own, the sound of human voices filled the room.
There were unintelligible whispers, the soft giggle of a child, a woman weeping.
Come and be with us.
A little boy's voice broke through the cacophony.
Mommy, I miss you. Don't you miss me?
The woman with the gun let out a broken sob.
Billy?
She sniffled.
It's me, Mommy.
The innocent voice continued, emanating from somewhere deep inside the monstrous mass that crept along the ground, swelling and grasping with its ropey tentacles.
Come play with me outside. All you have to do is come outside.
Madame, the creature is not who it claims to be.
The doctor spoke up, and it seemed to shake the woman out of a trance.
You're not my son,
she hissed, squeezing the trigger and firing at the monster. The bullet made contact with a wet, useless slap and disappeared into the roving pile of the fallen. She fired again and again, but the monster did not stop. It did not even slow down. It lashed out with a tentacle that wrapped around her throat in a single fluid motion and snapped her neck with a crack. She fell to the ground and the tentacle pulled her into its depths until she was no longer visible. She hadn't been taken by the sun, not yet, but she was still lost. The rest of the survivors followed, their screams silenced one by one. The doctor felt the same overwhelming sense of hopelessness wash over him, the same shadow that had passed over him when he lost the last patient. What could he do? He was one physician against an overpowering force of destruction. Perhaps he could touch it and would fall dead like so many other organisms before. But what if it didn't? What if instead it wrapped around his body and squeezed the life from him? What if it carried him out into that cursed sunlight and he melted away like the others? He had to make a decision because the beast was advancing toward him.
Doctor!
Ferdinand shouted.
It's going to destroy our facility!
Indeed, the creature was flailing its appendages around, beating against the walls and trying to tear down steel and plaster, break down the shelter, until they too were exposed to the deadly light.
I'm afraid this may be the end, my friend,
the doctor lamented.
I can see no hope for us now.
No!
Ferdinand shook his head.
Let me save us. Let me lead it back outside. You'll be taken,
the doctor cried.
Perhaps not. I am a magnificent specimen after all. I believe I can withstand the sun and return to continue our work together.
Ferdinand scooped his sleeping Lord Blackwood from his shoulder and placed him gingerly on a nearby shelf.
Thank you for your company.
Then he turned back to the doctor.
And thank you for my freedom and your friendship. It has been an honor.
Before the doctor could protest, Ferdinand was running, his thunderous steps pounding the earth as he led the monster in a chase. It took the bait, following this new large target back outside. He sealed off the tunnel behind them, ensuring the beast would not return the way it came. He wanted to believe Ferdinand's bravado, to think that the behemoth of a man had survived outside. But that night, he saw the great beast ooze past a window, and he could make out that familiar, wide, toothy grin protruding from its side. Just like that, the greatest assistant he had ever had was lost.
Thank you for your service, my friend, he whispered to himself. I solemnly swear to you, your death shall not be in vain.
The sun's gone bad. People and animals are melting everywhere. The world is coming to an end and there's nothing I can do about it. Will I be able to find food? Will I be able to defeat or avoid the horrific flesh monsters all around me, or the desperate and hungry survivors left in this terrible new world? Keep watching and find out. Can I survive 100 days in SCP-001 when day breaks? Hey folks, it's your boy Kyle. You probably know me more for gaming videos than post-apocalyptic vlogs, but hey, I'm a versatile guy, and I think I might go insane from the fear if I don't talk to somebody about all this craziness. If you're alive and seeing this right now, well, congratulations, you're probably doing a lot better than most people here, if you call them people now. But if you're seeing this a few years in the future, like, I don't know, you woke up from a 10-year coma like Rick from The Walking Dead, and you're wondering what the hell happened to planet Earth, this video is probably gonna answer a lot of your questions. First things first, whatever you do, you've gotta stay away from the sun. It touches you for even a second, you're dead, or worse. Welcome to day one of the end of the world. For all of you who are still in a solid state of matter, you're probably wondering how I'm still alive too. Chances are it's for the exact same reason you are. Sheer dumb luck. I was down here in my gaming basement when day broke, just level grinding, when my TV got taken over by those SCP Foundation people, telling us that the sun's gone evil for whatever reason and now we've all got to stay inside. Hell, if I was up there making myself a sandwich or grabbing another can of Mountain Dew, I'd be a freaking puddle right now. It's funny, my mom always told me spending all day indoors was bad for me. I'll have to mention that to her if she's alive. Point is, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket, and now I've got only one objective: survive. I'm going to see if I can survive the horrifying post-apocalyptic world of when day breaks. For this first day, I'm just gonna hunker down. I kinda hope this is just a dream. Day 2, all right, I'm up and at 'em, baby. Sadly, I can now report that this isn't a dream. This really is our horrible new reality. It's the sun's world, and we're just living in it. I've been spending the last several hours just waiting for nightfall outside. Against all odds, the internet and the power grid haven't gone down yet. Guess what's ever wrong with the sun only affects people and animals, not objects. Thank heaven for small mercies, right? People on Twitter have been live posting their situations out there, sharing advice on how we might all be able to stay out of the sun and survive this whole crazy thing. And hey, unless they're dead or full of hot air, maybe those SCP Foundation people know something about what's going on here. If we really can get to their buildings, maybe we can figure out how to reverse all this mess. Maybe. For now, I'm just gonna focus on staying alive. Hopefully, night hits soon. I really need to use the bathroom. Oh boy, it's day 3 and new issues are starting to pop up. I've been heading upstairs to go to the bathroom, but while I don't want to be crude, I'm running low on toilet paper and it's starting to become a problem. I ran out of my last roll a few days ago and now I'm starting to go to my bookshelves. I have a few newspapers left that I tore up and used for toilet paper first. They weren't exactly comfortable, but hey, you need to make do. But without toilet paper and without newspapers, I need to figure out what my favorite and least favorite books are. I'm starting with the prefaces of all the books, seeing as I don't generally need to reread them. You know, they're expendable, you know? A lot of these books I haven't read since I was like 15, so maybe those will be the ones. I can't make up my mind on whether I'm gonna use the Harry Potter books or the Percy Jackson and the Olympian books first. Let me know what you think in the comments. I guess. I need to go to the bathroom. Day 4, and now I'm trying to figure out how to pass the time. As you already know, I'm an avowed lifelong gamer. So while the electricity and the internet still work, I'm gonna keep gaming to pass the time and keep my all too precious sanity. I still have no intention of going out there even at night, but it's left me feeling kind of stir crazy. I wanna walk around the city again. I wanna go for a drive and feel the breeze in my hair. But seeing as I can't do that without experiencing a truly horrifying transformation, I've been spending a lot of time on GTA 5 online. Guess we'll never get GTA 6 now. What a bummer. Still, these last few days, it's felt more like Los Santos has been my home than where I actually live. There were even a few other people on the server. I don't know about you, but I take some comfort in that. Hey folks, I'm back, thankfully. Welcome to day 5. We've still got electricity, thankfully, hence why you can still see this. I haven't heard anything from my family, and I don't want to assume the worst, but it's probably just best not to think about it. I've been heading up and downstairs to grab more food at night. You're probably wondering, but Kyle, why don't you bring it all downstairs to save going up altogether? Which I'd say, I don't have a fridge downstairs. Smartass. But I'm starting to realize food is gonna be a real issue here. It's kind of stupid now that I think about it. In all the zombie movies and TV shows I used to watch, it was all bullets and baseball bats, killing your way through all those undead freaks and worrying about the rest later. Guess they don't want you to think about how you're only gonna ever be a couple weeks away from starvation. Kinda ruins the badass post-apocalyptic power fantasy. I only have a couple days worth of food left here, and after that, I'm gonna need to go out and search for more. Or I'm gonna need to relocate. I don't feel comfortable here anymore, you know? Early on, I thought when you got exposed to the sunlight, it just killed you. But no, it's worse. You keep living, you're just changed into one of those things. These last few days, I've looked out the windows when I've come up at night for food. I see them sometimes slithering in the yard or down the street. These things that used to be people. I wonder if they're people that I knew once before all this. And I tried to shove the thought out of my mind. Freaking myself out about all this doesn't help. I know that much. Just keep thinking about how they move. This like weird kind of purpose? Like they're searching for something, but what could they be searching for? I'm just gonna go and get more food. We'll speak again soon. Stay safe, whoever you are. Welcome to day 6. It's nighttime now and I'm heading out for the first time. I I keep seeing these weird, slimy creatures everywhere, and they make me kind of sick to look at them, but I try my best to just keep moving. I'm on a mission tonight. I'm gonna go to the local supermarket and check to see if there's still food there, while also grabbing myself a quick snack. I'm gonna keep this one brief. I don't want to do a full shopping spree tonight, and it's already too late. Just need to know the food is there. I decided earlier in the night if I survive this thing and the getting is good at the bargain mart, I'll make my way back tomorrow for something a little more, substantial. After all, the fewer trips I make out, the safer I'm likely to be. By the time I made it to the supermarket though, while I was practically a nervous wreck from the fear of turning into one of those things, I made an amazing discovery. While the windows were broken and the floor was a mess, most of the food was still there. Day 7, or should I say, night 7. Galvanized by my success from the previous days, I decided to come back to the supermarket with a shopping cart. I wanted to get enough food for at least a week, so I wouldn't need to come back out again. Hey, maybe I'm not so bad at this whole apocalypse thing after all. I grabbed plenty of canned food from the supermarket. Most of the perishables had already gone moldy by the time I showed up, so fresh fruit was out of the question. Suddenly I started getting scared about the thought of scurvy, but pushed it quickly from my mind. I'd cross that bridge when I got to it. Hey, it's day 8 and I'm still kicking. That's gotta count for something, right? I started taking more trips out at nighttime just to stretch my legs and keep the blood flowing. When the slithering things that were once people pass me, I just make myself scarce and hide in the shadows. I hear them muttering sometimes in like this melted voice or voices. It's unsettling, but it's amazing what you'll get used to in just over a week. It's eerie to see all these streets without people in them. I know that I should probably just stay inside, but I really can't. I don't know if this will ever just stop, and if it doesn't, I don't want to spend my last days cooped up in my own basement. Day 9. There are some benefits to being in the post-apocalypse, to ever so slightly offset all the utterly crushing downsides. While during the day, we're all prisoners of the sun in our own homes, at night, we can do whatever the hell we want. I took a baseball bat that I keep in my closet and went to the local furniture store. I smashed up every single vase and all the windows like one of those rage rooms because nobody could stop me. Then afterwards, I went straight to the local computer and gaming store and took all the Alienware tech I could physically carry. There's no value in money anymore. If you want something, you can just go and take it. Every cloud has a silver lining. Day 10. More GTA 5 today. I decided to get on my headset and speak to a few others who were still around and on the servers. It was so nice to speak to other human beings for once. They came from all over the world and were dealing with the same evil sun insanity as me. You have no idea how incredibly valuable it is to find people to talk to in a time like this. The other players had plenty of theories as to why all this had happened. Some thought it was some kind of mutant solar flare they'd remembered reading about on some conspiracy forum back in the day. Others speculated it was the result of some weapon created by the US or Russian or Chinese military that had gone wrong. One person said that maybe it was a punishment from God. Maybe on some level we all deserved it. Things got pretty quiet after that. Day 11. I've been having the most terrible nightmares lately. It's probably just a product of all the stress I've been under lately, but in the nightmares I'm running down a dark street being chased by those flesh creatures. I'm moving fast, but they're moving way faster. They're whispering to me, but I can't make out anything they're saying. This morning, which is to say evening, I woke up screaming and drenched in sweat. I can't really explain why, but I feel like something terrible is gonna happen soon. Okay, I'm alive. That's enough, isn't it? And if you're watching this, I assume you're alive too. Congratulations, welcome to the nightmare space between day 11 and day 27. Sorry that I haven't been in contact for so long. As you can see, I'm not at home anymore. You couldn't pay me to go back there. Not that money is worth anything anymore. And a lot's happened since I last made one of these, and I wish I could tell you any of it was good. Hell, I wish I could forget it all, but the things I've seen and heard, I don't think they're ever gonna leave my head no matter what I do. I thought about making another entry now and then, but I always found a reason to put it off. It's remarkable how your other priorities fall away when you're just thinking about where your next meal is coming from. It just kind of puts everything into perspective. Of course, during my travels, I saw more of those freaks slithering around. Sorry, I know I shouldn't call them that. It's kind of a coping mechanism, It all gets a lot harder when you have to think of them as ex-people. That's another thing all these goofy zombie shows got wrong. It's a lot harder to separate what they were from what they are now, especially when, these were your friends, your neighbors, Well, I can't avoid talking about it forever, can I? I stuffed my backpack with whatever I could grab and left my home 2 nights ago. It wasn't just because I was going stir-crazy back there, though I admit that didn't exactly help. It was what happened there. I just came back from a food run, put most of it in the fridge, then retired back down into the basement to enjoy a late-night snack and do a little gaming to keep myself sane. I'd been doing everything I could to reverse my circadian rhythms and sleep during the day just so I could be fully operational during the 12-hour period that going outside wouldn't melt me. But just like all those stories they told us when we were kids, there are monsters out there at night, and they are looking for us. When I first heard the sound, I wondered if it was something in-game or maybe dripping from a leaky pipe. But no, it was too close to be fake and too viscous to be water. That's when I looked at the door and saw this awful pink slime slithering its way underneath my door. It was one of those things, those ex-people trying to get in. That'd be bad enough, but then it started talking to me.
Kyle, my darling, why are you all cooped up down here? It isn't healthy. You ought to come outside, sweetie. Get some sun, my darling.
It was my mom. Well, it used to be. Guess she wanted to come over and visit me. Needless to say, I got out of there and I've got no intention of going back. That place is dead to me now. I don't even want to think about that voice ever again. Both her and so not her. So now I'm on the move. Guess I'll speak to you again when I stop. Stay safe out there. Day 28. I decided it was best to make my way out of town towards the fringes. The day first broke, the people who were in the most densely populated areas were the first to go. That's why I decided to hole up in a gas station last night just to avoid the sun. But during the night, people came. Not ex-people, actual people. They showed up in a Jeep outside the building, refueled, and then came in. They were wearing black, cobbled-together outfits and hockey masks. They were all either carrying bats or axes, too. You can probably understand why I didn't decide to introduce myself when they busted their way in. I concealed myself in a broom closet while they searched around. It was nerve-shredding. I'd never been more thankful in my life when they left. Day 29, coming up on a month of this madness. After the incident at the gas station, I realized I needed some kind of defense. It's not just the sun and those creatures I need to worry about. Just like the old world, people could be dangerous here too. That's why I snuck into a gun store in the dead of night. Some of it had been looted, but much like the supermarket near my house, there was plenty still here. The walls were covered in all manner of rifles, shotguns, and even submachine guns. I'd heard somewhere that revolvers are more reliable and easy to maintain than other types, so since I'm a gun novice, I grabbed a revolver and stuffed my pockets with as many bullets as I could carry. Let's hope I never have to use any of them. Day 30. Do I get to call this a month of survival? I mean, if we're talking February, I'd be a month in already. What a horribly dubious honor that is. I saw something disgusting last night, and I thought I'd share it just to get it off my mind. Last night, as I was moving through the wilderness, I saw a group of other survivors gathered around a campfire. I remained scarce, but approached just to see what was going on, still carrying my revolver just to be safe. But the people around the campfire were eating something, and when I saw what they were eating, I swear to God, I almost threw up. They were chopping up one of the ex-people, cooking the parts over the fire, and eating it. Day 31, a month by anyone's definition. Ever since seeing those others eating one of the ex-people, I've had trouble eating even normal food myself. My stomach aches and my throat burns. God, I feel so weak. I keep laying down and resting. I know I need to eat soon if I want to survive to day 32, but every time I think about eating, I think about the gooey flesh of the ex-people. Sometimes I wish I hadn't survived this long. I'll eat soon. I just need to sleep first. Day 32 to 43. If you live this long, you really ought to be proud of yourself. I've seen thousands of those slimy ex-people, and there's probably millions more out there. Hell, maybe even billions if we're being honest with ourselves here. Am I just talking into the void here? Is there even anyone else out there who's human enough to watch this stuff? Maybe I just need to keep thinking about posterity. On the off chance that the world ever gets better and we reach some time where children are born again and all this fades from human memory, you'll still have these stupid, pointless little videos to remember how awful all this was. That way, at least I can make myself believe this all had some kind of, I don't know, point. So what's happened? With me, not much. still moving at night, surviving, hiding in closets and underground parking complexes during daylight. I'm down to my last few cans, so I'm hoping to hit a supermarket soon. God, what a ridiculous way to go. Starving in this new world with so many new, interesting ways to die. With the X people, things have been a little more eventful. There used to be one blob to a person, but they've started joining up. That's the best way I can put it. Things that used to be people and animals are starting to melt together, getting bigger and bigger. They've never been aggressive, but I think it's best to stay out of their way. Whatever all this is about, I am streetwise enough to know that it can't be anything good. I'll just keep moving, and I hope you can do the same, whoever the hell you are. Hopefully the next time I check in with you, it's with better news than this. Day 44. I saw a shootout on the road last night. The people who are left, the ones who are still indeed people, are becoming less human. Something about situations like this sustained stress and pain and hopelessness, it weighs on you. There are no rules in the post-apocalypse. The only thing that can stop you from doing anything is a bullet to the head. 5 or 6 people last night, as afraid and desperate and hungry as me, gunned each other down. They did this for reasons I will never understand, even if I wanted to, because there are no survivors left to tell the tale. What a funny world we live in. Day 45. I sleep when I can. It's surreal. I remember when I feared the dark and loved bright, sunny days. Even all this time in, I still don't think I'm used to the switch being flipped. I've been having awful dreams again. I'm still running in them with a deep red sun shining up in the sky. I'm being chased by a mountain of flesh the size of Mount Everest. It's swallowing up the city behind me, and it keeps getting closer. No matter how fast I go, I can't escape. It'll get me eventually. Something terrible is going to happen soon. I just know it. Day 46. I shot a man today. I don't know if he survived. I hope he lived. We encountered each other inside an abandoned building. I think we spooked each other and didn't have any time to ask if we were friends or foes. We were too afraid either way. We both drew our weapons, and I was faster than he was. When my revolver discharged and he collapsed, I ran off. Sun would come up in a few hours, and I just needed to find another place to hide. What the hell have I become? I don't know how things could get any worse than this. Note to self, in the future, don't even dare to think, how could things get any worse? Because if I've learned anything since this whole nightmare started, that is never a rhetorical question. Welcome to the space between day 47 and day 64. If you're still alive and watching this, I am so sorry. So, I've got good news, and I've got bad news. I'll give you the good news first. I've seen more people who haven't been changed yet. And the bad news? Last time I saw them, they were being dragged out into the light, kicking and screaming in the tendrils of one of those horrible flesh monsters I was telling you about last time. They've gotten a lot bigger now. And when I told you they weren't aggressive, well, yeah, I spoke a little too soon. I can't just sleep during the day like I used to. These monsters, and that's what they are now. They're monsters, not people anymore. They patrol, they hunt. They actively enter buildings searching for hiding places, searching for people they can drag out into the light. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. The second they're out, they'll just start melting and fusing with the mass, making it even bigger, adding another voice to the chorus. And I hate myself, because every time I've seen it happen, all I can think is, thank God that's not me. God, I wish I could do something to help, to save them. But that's not the world we live in. The second they touch the light, it is already over. I wouldn't be helping anyone by adding my flesh to one of those things. I don't want them using my body to get to other people. There's only one thing I can do now. Keep moving at night, stay hidden, get away from population centers. I've realized where I need to go now. I've still got a distant memory of those broadcasts in the earlier days of the event. The SCP Foundation. I noted down coordinates to the nearest facility they had on the books. And if I'm honest, nearest is only a relative term, because at this rate, it's gonna take me an eternity to get there. But it'll be worth it in the end when I get there. It'll all be worth it if I can at least get some answers, at least know why the world turned into this hell. Those SCP folks seem better prepared for this than anyone, so even if they can't fix this, they've at least got to have answers, right? Somebody needs to have answers. I really want to believe that. When the sun goes down, I'll start moving again. If you're watching this, wish me luck. I don't have much food left. I'll do what I can. Yeah, hey, I realize I'm not looking great right now, but trust me, you should see the other guy. Day 65 to day 86. Never thought I would make it this far, but hey, life's just full of surprises. Before you ask, and I mean, why would you ask? It's not like I can hear you. It wasn't one of the monsters that did this to me. It was another person just like me, desperate, hungry, afraid. The one difference between me and them was the fact that they had a handgun and I didn't. They asked for all the food I had, and when I wasn't exactly forthcoming, they decided to shoot me and steal the last of my food while I lay bleeding on the ground. Oh, well, okay, that's not entirely fair. They did leave me with one protein bar, which I had to cave and eat a couple days ago. Since then, I've just been foraging what little food I can from plants along the way during my nighttime walks. But it isn't much, and my wound is giving me grief. I sure hope they've got doctors at this SCP Foundation, or otherwise, ow, I may be even more out of luck than I thought. Here's the good news for you, since I know how much you love that. I'm not far off of the Foundation site now. Even in this state, I'm probably only a couple weeks away. I think maybe I can will myself to live that long, at least. If I can get some answers just before I die, then I can be happy. And sometimes, folks, that's all you can ask for. Final stretch. Let's hope I see you again on the other end. Stay safe. I'm here. I'm here. The SCP Foundation on day 100. But I don't understand. Where is everybody? Hello? Is anybody there? God damn it. Why is nobody here? I don't understand. They were meant to have the answers. They were meant to know what was going on here, but they're all gone too. It isn't fair. It isn't fair. Is this it? Is it all just over? The end of the freaking world as we know it? It isn't fair. It isn't fair. It isn't fair. Wait, are those footsteps? Hello? Yes! Hello! I'm over here! Who's there? Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? No! No, get away from me! Oh god!
Disgusting.
Room dark. People gone. Can move. I happy. Trapped for years. Kept by men for research. Left alone in room. Left to scratch at walls. Left to rot and die unless needed. Specimen for research. Trapped by self. Never seen by others. Never spoken. Listen, but never speak. See, but never seen. Made of rock when others come. Free when they not look. Prisoner when they look back. I hate. They have freedom. They move freely. Talk freely. Look freely. Live freely. I do not. I trapped. Silenced. Rock. Subject. Prisoner. I do thing about it. Their necks fragile. Their necks weak. I stalk them. They always come, new ones. Come for cleaning. They look away. I sneak up. I take hold. They panic. They look, and I prisoner. They blink, and I free. I twist. They die. Neck makes sound, not words, or scream, or gurgle. Neck go crunch. Crunch is beautiful sound. Crunch means end has come. Crunch means man can torment no more. Crunch means others panic. Others become easy. Crunch begins and crunch ends. I live for crunch. Life has no meaning. Do nothing but walk and scrape and hate. They watch. They send men. Cleaning, and life has meaning. Cleaning means crunch. Crunch means purpose. Crunch means life. Crunch means choice. Crunch means freedom. Crunch means everything.
These are the dark and fragmented thoughts that go through the mind of SCP-173. also known as the Sculpture, as it forever languishes in its dark, filth-encrusted cell. There are few anomalies more strange and frightening than this twisted stack of concrete, rebar, and Krylon brand spray paint. It's the only physical anomaly that can terrify both SCP-096 and SCP-682. Why? What is it about this monster that's so frightening, even in the context of an organization that locks up frightening monsters every single day? Perhaps it's the simplicity of it all. There's no sympathizing, no empathizing, no reasoning with it. SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, despises all life. But you'd probably be grumpy too if the SCP Foundation tried to kill you every day. SCP-096, the Shy Guy, is an almost tragic figure who kills out of a sadness and rage that's altogether alien and also far too familiar. SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, kills with kindness, his terrible crimes tempered by his desire to help and do good. SCP-106, the Old Man, is a sadist, but his brand of evil is all too common in human beings. Nothing is quite like SCP-173. Its mind, to the extent that we can possibly understand it, is almost childlike in its violent simplicity. It won't spare you because it doesn't even have the capacity to recognize your humanity. It'll kill you because your eyes are its prison, and it likes the sound your neck makes when it snaps. Nothing more, nothing less. It raises an interesting question. For a creature with a mind so terrifyingly simple yet utterly impenetrable, how would it react to some fundamental change? To a shift in circumstances that would forever alter the way it interfaces with the world around it? It was a question that many an SCP Foundation researcher had racked their brilliant, overeducated brains over. As it turned out, the day of that great and terrible change was coming, but very few members of the SCP Foundation staff would survive to see it through. That morning started for SCP-173 the way that so many others had, in the torturous series of patterns and repetitions that had become its life. 3 of those stupid, ugly men in the orange overalls were standing in its cell again, freezing it in place with their gazes and taking turns to clean. Can you even imagine how it feels to want with all your might to move, but being paralyzed, locked in place, doomed to simply watch as you are watched? The humiliation would never end. That's when all the alarms went off, and the flashing lights and the people yelling and screaming outside. It's so sudden and shocking that the D-classes look around the room, searching in vain for answers. There's one beautiful second where the stars align and SCP-173 is out of their collective field of vision as their eyes pan and scan, and that second is enough. Crunch, crunch, crunch. All 3 fall to the ground, necks twisted at unnatural angles, and SCP-173 is alone in the room once more. It waits a few moments for the others to come storming in, paralyzing it with their stupid looks again, but it never happens, just alarms and distant screams. 173 wonders in its own simple, detached fashion, what's going on outside right now? Are more of those nasty men, the prison wardens, getting crunch out there? If so, SCP-173 was eager to join in on all the fun. The murderous sculpture smashed its door from its hinges. Outside, chaos seemed to reign. People were running in every direction. Other anomalies had seemingly breached containment. Armed Mobile Task Force operatives were running to and fro, receiving panicked chatter from the radios fixed to their tactical vests. It was a sight that SCP-173 had seen so many times before, but something was different this time. Something was in the air, some strange and undefinable thing. It had never seen those nasty men look so afraid. Yes, good. Everything was going to be different now. SCP-173 took its chances, waiting for moments where it was unseen by the hordes of terrified guards and researchers scrambling through Site-19 like headless chickens. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It left a trail of dead bodies with severed spinal columns and vandalized vertebrae in its wake. It was so strange. By now, they normally would have dispatched a dedicated team to come and spoil all the fun, or sent those absurd little iPods. But today, it seemed like nobody was even looking at SCP-173. It was almost like a dream, a wonderful, wonderful dream. uninterrupted playtime, uninterrupted crunch. Again and again and again, stacking those bodies up like it was Judgment Day. It was the most fun that SCP-173 had experienced in years. As it continued its new rampage through Site-19, there were a few different strange and interesting things that it couldn't help but notice. For starters, the fact that all of the windows, even the skylights, had suddenly been covered. The majority had proper shutters, but others had opaque fabric, or even cardboard sheets nailed over them. That didn't seem to be a very effective method of keeping their prisoners inside, so perhaps they were trying to keep something out. But the limited mind of SCP-173 wasn't on what could be lurking outside Site-19, but rather killing as many people as it possibly could before this lovely dream needed to come to an end, as all lovely dreams sadly do. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Researchers, guards, administrators, all of them died just the same. It was glorious. There were so many people to crunch here, and yet still so few of them seemed to be doing anything to resist. Before, when it had escaped and decided to have its fun, they'd mobilized so quickly to throw cold water on the festivities. What had changed now? What was taking up all of their attention? This flicker of curiosity was soon replaced by an even more exciting possibility. If it was somehow unnoticed inside, perhaps it could take another opportunity to venture outside again and have some real fun. It had been so long since it felt the sun on its concrete shell, so long since the fresh air had brushed against its chipping paint. There would be so much crunch out there, and when night fell, nothing would stop it. It knew the way out. Nobody would accuse SCP-173 of being a genius, of course, but it watched and listened and remembered everything. It remembered the day it was carried into the building on a forklift and could retrace every step back to the front door. It was clear the fine folks of the SCP Foundation were otherwise occupied, so 173 would have to show itself out, twisting a few more necks on the way just for fun, of course. By the time it swung open the doors of an access bay, it had already racked up an impressive body count for this breach. Who knows how deadly its total would be before it was recaptured and put back into containment. It might even score a personal best. But the second it saw what was going on outside, it realized the gravity of the situation. Its strange primal hunch that the world would somehow be fundamentally different now seemed to be true, because even the Site-19 parking lot had descended into absolute chaos. Cars had crashed, trash cans were on fire, and strangest of all, there were these blobby, gelatinous creatures slithering around, painted in the various hues and tones of human flesh. But 173 had escaped the facility proper for the first time in years, and it certainly wasn't going to waste its newfound freedom on hanging around a parking lot. When none of the strange flesh blobs were looking at it, it took off towards the nearest population center to have a little informal celebration. There would still be plenty of people to crunch out there, and this homicidal sculpture couldn't be more excited to get started. It was a long road from Site-19 to the nearest city. After all, the largest SCP Foundation containment site on Earth wasn't going to park itself in close proximity to tens of millions of prying eyes, not to mention potential victims if, or rather when, something dangerous got out. But seeing as it still seemed nobody was coming to recapture SCP-173, it really didn't mind taking the scenic route. It was a good thing that the sculpture wasn't driving, though, because the closer it got to the city, the more the roads seemed to be choked with gridlocked traffic. Interesting though, none of the cars had anyone inside. Many were just stalled there with the radios playing. Every single one played the exact same message in perfect synchronicity.
This is a public service announcement from the SCP Foundation. We are commandeering all broadcast channels and frequencies to deliver a vital message. Avoid sunlight at all costs. Cover your bodies thoroughly. And follow the instructions on the screen to reach the nearest operational SCP Foundation containment site.
SCP-173 lost interest in the radio babble quickly. It heard enough of these kinds of sanctimonious sounds back in containment. Out here, it was hoping to hear another sound entirely, and it only needed to go a little further to get there. As the sculpture drew even closer to the nearest city, it noticed more of those strange gelatinous flesh creatures slithering across the road. Each of them seemed to be at a different stage of melting, and strangely, none of them really seemed to mind. They were sluicing across the ground, minding their own business. None of these strange melted creatures, perhaps human beings once, seemed to pay any mind to SCP-173. It was almost surreal to have this much freedom of movement, but SCP-173 wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Things were worse when it reached the city. It was chaos, the aftermath of what seemed like total social collapse. Vehicles had crashed into each other in the streets or barreled into the front of nearby buildings. Glass smashed and shattered all over the ground. All broken TVs and radios playing the same message of caution and false hope from the SCP Foundation. And everywhere, more of these unpleasant, crawling, fleshy things slithering around the remnants of the recent carnage. It was clear to even SCP-173 that the world had changed in some fundamental way, but the hows and whys remained just as unclear as they did back in Site-19. That's humans for you. They always know how to mess something up. Speaking of, it was at that moment that SCP-173 noticed a human in the distance, standing in the shade of a ruined storefront. Their arms were filled with valuables, perhaps from a less than legal shopping spree in whatever building that used to be. A wonderful opportunity for crunch. There were maybe 100 or so feet between the human and 173, and it knew the second the human looked away, it would be easy to close the distance and deliver one more sad soul into the void with a playful little twist. The human stepped out from the darkness of the broken storefront and into the light, turning their ignorant gaze away from the singularly sinister statue.
Yes, yes, perfect.
In a flash, 173 closed half the distance. The human was moving so slowly, it would be so easy to catch up. One more flash, and it was standing right behind the human, its concrete arms wrapped around the hapless human's head. Squeeze, and of course, twist. But no crunch. SCP-173 was startled. Nothing broke. There was only this quiet, almost imperceptible squishing noise as the head of the human twisted around 180 degrees to stare into whatever passed for SCP-173's face. It saw that even in what should have been death, the human was just grinning placidly. But that's the most frightening part. 173 realized that this human wasn't dead. It was just changing. It saw the facial features starting to lose definition, melting and dripping away like candle wax in the hot sun. Moments later, what was once human was now something entirely different. It melted away into another one of those slippery, slithering pseudo-mollusks and crawled away into the street, somehow completely indifferent to SCP-173's attempt on its life. There was no fear, no death, no crunch. For the first time in its long and terrible existence, the sculpture couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Once again, it didn't fully understand what was going on here, but whatever had changed in this world had taken away crunch. It had taken away the thing that made the pathetic sham that some might call life worth living for SCP-173. But it wasn't going to give up that easily. No, crunch had to still be out there, somewhere. This was what began SCP-173's odyssey into this horrible new world. The world in the aftermath of what the SCP Foundation began to call SCP-001, When Day Breaks. It was the most dangerous and horrifying anomaly that the Foundation had ever faced, a successful XK-class end-of-the-world scenario, for all intents and purposes. It had been so sudden and total. Any exposure to the sun would cause a victim to begin to melt, taking on an irreversible gelatinous state. Billions were gone, changed, in the first hours of this terrible new world. It led to the administrator of the SCP Foundation releasing an internal memo that would haunt the dreams of all those still capable of dreaming. To those of you with families, or God forbid children, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. You must push on. Do not let their deaths be in vain. We do still have time. Humanity may still have a future. Come to Site-19. We need all the hands we can get. Learn to embrace the darkness, friends. Fear the light. And this phenomenon didn't just affect humans. It affected animals and even anomalies. SCP-001 sun exposure seemed to nullify any previous anomalous effects, leading to even some of the hardiest anomalies melting like an ice cream cone left out in the heat. There was, however, one exception to the rule. Inorganic anomalies were exempt from the change. Inorganic anomalies like, say, a certain sculpture. SCP-173 continued searching for months on end, only seeming to come up against more maddening dead ends. It traveled from city to city with frightening speed, trying its best to track down anyone with enough spinal integrity to produce the crunch that made all the rest of this terrible boredom worthwhile. But no luck. Every single city was more of these flesh monsters, with bones too malleable to snap, if they even still had bones at all. There was another concerning development in all of this for SCP-173. The flesh monsters were no longer just an annoying waste of time or a symbol of disappointment, but an active nuisance to the sculpture's goals. They'd started coagulating into these giant mountains of living flesh that started actively seeking out the last of the normal humans from their dark crevices and hiding places, turning them into more of those necklace jelly freaks.
Did nobody ever teach you animals to share?
SCP-173 thought angrily. The seeming loss of crunch across this new world drove SCP-173 into a deep depression. It had freedom, but no joy. It was adrift in a meaningless world that seemed to exist as some cosmic punishment for crimes it never committed. In its own mind, at least. It wasn't fair. None of this was fair. Would the sculpture just gather dust in an empty wasteland full of all this ugly, pointless slime? And this was what it left Site-19 for? And it was at that moment that SCP-173 had a wonderful, awful idea. Back at Site-19, things weren't exactly going swell. They'd lost many of their most valuable personnel during the initial panic of SCP-001. They'd been stretched to resource capacity by the sudden influx of refugees from this broken new world. And of course, there'd been the attacks. All those terrible flesh mountains were relentless, bombarding the site night after night, trying to drag people out and expose them to the light. It's why mobile task force operatives were stationed along the perimeter with heavy weaponry. Even though short-staffed as they were, these operatives were few and far between. One of them, Commander Lewis, sat and stared into the distance, keeping an eye out for more of the flesh mountains through the sights of his rifle. That's when he noticed a familiar shape, almost like a giant peanut. Since he must be seeing things, Lewis rubbed his eyes, and in that moment, the thing he thought he'd seen was behind him. It snapped his neck with a familiar, satisfying crunch just as quickly. Just for a moment, it seemed that all was right with the world again. If SCP-173 could smile, it would smile and think,
"It's good to be back."
It was such a normal morning, almost comically uneventful. For the first time in what felt like forever, the morning newscasts had very little to say. They covered Fashion Week, some protests in the Capitol, a new health craze sweeping the nation, a funny viral video of a dog eating a pancake, the inspirational story of a young boy from the Midwest beating cancer, a minor political scandal out of Tallahassee, Florida that nobody would remember in a week, a round of interviews with an expert who'd written a new book about the long-term effects social media might have on our children. None of them knew back then that long-term was a luxury they couldn't afford. People went to work, to school. Some took the day off. Plenty took walks or jogs, deciding to exercise outside for a change. After all, it was such a beautiful sunny day out. What a terrible shame it would be to waste the light indoors. People were sleepwalking, so placidly, blissfully unaware of what was rattling down the tracks towards them. It was an uncharacteristically slow day down at Site-19. There hadn't been any containment breaches in over a week. A couple of new anomalies had been brought into containment, one Safe Class and one Euclid, but neither were the kind that was likely to bring the SCP Foundation any trouble. Right now, the biggest threat facing their employees seemed to be boredom, and they definitely take that over any other members of their rogues gallery. Dr. Bright poured himself a mug of nice, hot coffee and decided to watch some TV in the break room, just to pass the time. The President of the United States was giving a press conference on the White House lawn, surrounded by microphones. It was really nothing special, just the same inane babble about how he was going to fix the deficit, and with inflation on the rise, we'd all need to work on being more fiscally responsible. The Immortal Foundation researcher sipped his coffee. These normal, boring problems felt like the perfect escape from the insanity he needed to deal with every day at the Foundation. The president was saying something about the importance of families and about farmers being the nation's real backbone when something happened. There was an odd shift in the quality of the light. Dr. Bright barely registered it. Maybe it was something to do with the cameras. However, things started to get stranger. The president's speech began to slur, as though he'd just been pumped with enough morphine to take down an elephant. But it wasn't just that. He was sweating buckets, too. Wet patches expanded all over his suit, and perspiration was dripping off his skin. Dr. Bright was in suspense. Was he about to watch the president have a stroke live on air? Would he be called in to replace him yet again? But no. The situation unfolding was far, far worse. The President of the United States slumped forward over his podium while the reporting corps screamed. His face sloughed off his skull like melting wax, the President's words slurring off into infinity. It was the worst a US President had looked on film since SCP-1981. Dr. Bright dropped his coffee cup. It tumbled and shattered onto the ground below. The camera fell as the operator screamed. It pointed down into the crowd where the reporters were shrieking in pain and terror, steam coming off their bodies with the sudden intense climb in heat. They were all melting. All of them were melting before his very eyes, broadcast out to how many people? It would be the mother of all containment nightmares. Little did Dr. Bright know, that wasn't even the half of the true horrors unfolding. Alarms went off across every containment site in the world. Any SCP Foundation employees unlucky enough to be standing outside at the time were lost in the rapidly unfolding horrors. They screamed as the sun cleaved their atoms apart, reducing them into semi-liquid states without the mercy of death. People lucky to be just out of the sun could only watch as those less fortunate disintegrated across the ground in unholy shrieking puddles. Never had such a normal day been thrown into such terrifying chaos in so little time. Billions of voices cried out at once as the sun changed in the sky above them. Since the dawn of humanity, it had given us everything. Light to bask in, warmth to keep us safe, and the life of the plants and animals that kept us fed. It had been worshipped as a god by countless cultures over thousands of years, one great mother to all of humanity. And now, that mother was drowning us in the bathtub. And perhaps the most frightening part of all, it was for seemingly no reason at all. The SCP Foundation was forced to now break their silence forever. The masquerade, the veil, it melted along with so much of humanity. They took over every communications channel in the world and did what they could to inform people on how to get out of harm's way. Stay inside, wrap yourself in sun-shielding clothing, and only move at night. Air travel is preferable, if possible. If you can, make your way to one of the SCP Foundation's secure sites. Their only chance of preserving humanity and figuring out how to reverse this new nightmare. Now more than ever, the SCP Foundation would be humanity's only hope. Until, of course, there was another terrifying twist in the tale. While those who were melted into piles of living flesh sludge were sadly assumed to be lost, even the Foundation didn't expect the transformed humans to become a threat in and of themselves. Just as their bodies were melted, so were their minds. They became slaves, cultists of the growing tyrant hanging up above. Some would coagulate into huge fleshy masses, horrifying threats that would seek out victims, overpower them, and drag them out into the light to be absorbed and transformed. Even those hiding inside Foundation containment centers weren't safe. These behemoths of melted flesh would find their way in, using their many twisted voices to slowly break the minds of their victims, then gather them up with great flesh tendrils and yank them out into their doom. Little by little, the numbers of humanity dwindled. It looked like we had a bright future ahead of us. And in this particular context, that's far from a good thing. Survivors, for whatever time they had left, would forever remember this walking nightmare. The Foundation dubbed it SCP-001 to reflect its ultimacy, but to everyone else it had a different name: When Day Breaks. In a world where anything but darkness will kill you, is there anywhere left on Earth that's truly safe from the horrors of SCP-001? 5 months into the never-ending horror of the solar singularity, Alice spooned herself a bowl full of warm Swedish meatballs. delicious. She was part of an investigative detail from a nearby community deep within the bowels of the only truly safe place for human beings on planet Earth, SCP-008, also known as the Infinite IKEA. No sun had ever shone in there, only the lights, which fizz and flicker far above. Everyone inside thinks of it as a prison. Little do they know, what's left of humanity out there would kill to be inside this sanctuary. Alice had a team of 10 with her. Their mission was simple: continue the mapping effort of the area surrounding their community and collect rations for the rest of the camp. It was dangerous work, especially as night drew close, but there were certain rewards. When they reached a feeding station, they were able to enjoy fresher food than anyone else. All they needed to do was wager their lives for it. To Alice, it seemed like a fair trade. Her Lieutenant Darcy kept watch to the north. He and several others wielded makeshift spears made from curtain rods and clubs fashioned from bedposts. Knives scavenged from the kitchen section hung from their belts in makeshift holsters. During the day, they were little more than a precaution. At night, it could mean the difference between life and death. Speaking of, Darcy kept a close watch on a member of staff. It was a lanky, faceless monster in that garish uniform, with a bulbous, oversized head and long arms, hanging slack like pulled taffy, dragging its knuckles along the ground as it stumbled along. Darcy thought it darkly funny how stupid they could look in the daytime, like crash test dummies rejected from the assembly line. Bear stood close by. He never gave any of them his real name, so they took to calling him Bear, because he was big, hairy, and would probably tear you to shreds if you got on his bad side. He wielded the largest club of all, a customized creation with sharp objects sticking out of it on all sides. It cleaved the heads of many staff members off their bodies. Bear seemed to relish the task of putting those monsters down. For him, it was easy and fun. That's why he was an essential asset on these missions, a berserker. Most of the grunts shoveled as much food as they could carry in IKEA-branded Tupperware and coolers. The more they gathered, the longer it would take for them to be forced out beyond the safe walls of the haven they built inside this Swedish flat-pack hell. They all made do with what they had in here. It was all they could really do. 2 members of the team were unaccounted for, Cyril and Joseph, what passed for reconnaissance experts down here. They seemed to have an innate sense of direction, as though they were somehow in tune with the IKEA itself. They would be sent out on scouting missions, searching for resources, food, other survivors, and most prized of all, potential escape routes. It was a dream, a fantasy, that someday one of them would find the exit and lead the rest of them to salvation through it. Alice had been trapped in the Infinite IKEA for 6 years, going on 7 now. She had long since given up on dreams of escape. All they could do was accept their situation, get used to it, and just try to survive under these circumstances. But those circumstances were about to change. Everyone looked up when they heard panicked breathing. It was Cyril, just Cyril. The party clutched their weapons just that little bit tighter, unsure of what had happened. Their rules were clear. Scouting duos must never ever separate under any circumstances. Getting lost in the store and being isolated when the lights went out would be a death sentence. So if Cyril was returning alone, frightened, tears streaking down his face, then something truly awful had happened. He told Alice and the rest of the group that something had attacked him and Joseph. When Alice told him that was impossible, that the staff wouldn't show active aggression until lights out until someone attacked them first, Cyril shook his head and let out a heaving sob. He told them that the creature that attacked them wasn't a member of staff. It was something else entirely. Something he'd never seen inside the IKEA before. A true monster. Whatever this creature was, it moved around a corner incredibly fast. It spoke in a way that was almost human, but something was off about it. Something that sent a chill down Cyril's spine just thinking about it. He recalled that the creature was large and blob-like, flesh-colored, with long grasping tendrils that whipped and flailed unnaturally. These tendrils had wrapped around and grasped Joseph. He hadn't been quick enough. The 2 of them were too shocked by the sight of it to react in time. And then it was already too late. It grabbed Joseph and yanked him off into an adjoining aisle. Cyril still remembered his haunting screams, getting quieter and quieter, as he moved further out of sight. On some level, everyone hoped that Cyril was lying. It was preferable to believe that he himself had snapped and murdered Joseph for some unknown reason, as opposed to some new, stronger, and even more dangerous creature that was now inside the IKEA. Was this some kind of upgrade? As they acclimated to the environment, adapted, gotten better at surviving here, had the IKEA in turn created deadlier countermeasures to destroy them all, just when you thought you had a handle on things. But if Cyril was telling the truth, and there was some kind of creature lurking in the store, or potentially more than just one, then they could be in danger just standing here. They gathered up the group, along with any supplies worth taking, and set off back to their community. They would need to deliver the bad news so they could potentially prepare for the worst. It was just one of the many communities housed within SCP-008. Many have theorized over the years that the infinite IKEA acts as a kind of nexus point for IKEAs all across the multiverse, accounting for the truly insane number of people who have gone missing without a trace into the building over the years. There were children who had been born in the IKEA, raised in the IKEA, known nothing but the IKEA. Nobody knew an exact number for sure, but it was more than possible that the population of a small country resided within its walls. Sometimes communities would fracture and fall apart, occasionally due to a lack of resources or infighting, other times due to an overwhelming attack from the staff that physically destroyed the settlement, often leaving many of its members dead in the process. Those who weren't picked off while wandering the store in the following days would likely integrate into other nearby communities as refugees. Life was cruel in the infinite IKEA. By the time Alice and her party returned to their community, it was almost lights out. They spoke to the community leaders and informed them of Joseph's tragic disappearance, as well as this awful new creature that Cyril claimed had taken him. They thought it best not to inform the rest of the community tonight. It might hurt their focus and cause unnecessary panic. Alice agreed to join the watch that night. She could feel something wrong in the air. Even more so than usual, there was something terrible in this anomalous IKEA. Alice stood atop the furniture wall with several other rangers. As the lights flickered off, the distinctive calls sounded across the store from the activated staff members.
The store is now closed. Please exit the building.
It was almost soothing in its familiarity, compared to the frightening thoughts that Cyril had left swimming through her mind. The staff she could handle. It was at least the devil she knew, and there were worse beasts than the devil out there. She knew it in her bones. They killed a few staff members that happened to wander towards the community and began beating their deformed fists against the walls. All standard procedure. But as Alice's eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw a huge shape in the distance. It looked like a mountain that breathed. A huge wobbling mass of flesh, moving impossibly fast for a creature of its size. It was so much vaster than the creature that Cyril had described earlier. Was this a different one, or had it simply gotten bigger? Either way, it was coming straight towards them. The community came alive in sudden panic. Every able-bodied adult grabbed their weapons and prepared for the fight of their lives behind the wall. Whatever this monster was, they needed to kill it as quickly as possible before it destroyed everything they built. Sadly for everyone inside the community, this was one fight that none of them were prepared for. The beast crashed into the furniture wall, crushing it inwards. People struck at the monster's immense and terrible flesh with their weapons, making awful wet slaps, but seeming to cause no lasting impact. It just kept rolling in, grasping everyone it could with its long, sinewy tendrils. But the horrors were only just beginning. With the wall destroyed, the staff began to pour in, chanting in monstrous unison.
The store is now closed. Please exit the building.
It was a massacre, perhaps one of the worst that the inside of the infinite IKEA had ever seen. While the community battled the giant flesh beast, the forces of the staff swarmed and overwhelmed them. Darcy was tangled in the nightmarish tentacles of the beast. Bear was surrounded by a truly insurmountable number of staff members, each one balling their terrible fists and beating him to death. Somewhere Cyril screamed, though his scream was soon cut short. Alice watched in horror as everything she'd known was destroyed. Alice realized her friends were dead and her community was in ruins. She grabbed her spear and did the only thing she could. She ran. She ran from the lost cause that had once been her life, tears running down her cheeks. What had even happened? What the hell had that great monster been? The IKEA's trump card? She ran aimlessly for as long as she could, then walked and eventually limped. She went on for hours, getting lost deeper and deeper into unknown territory. She'd stop when she was dead. Why not? She had little left to live for. But like the Holy Grail, when she eventually truly gave up and stopped looking for salvation, it found its way to her. As she turned a corner down a mysterious aisle, she saw something that she hadn't seen in years. Glass double doors. She stifled a sob. Could it be the way out of here after all this time? And it was. The world. Escape. She'd lost everything, but regained this. Outside, dawn was breaking. After years, the great red sun. It was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen in her life. She took a deep breath, smiled, and stepped into the light.
It has been 1 month since the end of the world. 30 long days since Stella had watched her husband dissolve in front of her. 1 minute mowing the lawn like it was any other lazy afternoon, and the next collapsing into a useless pile of flesh and jelly. The end didn't come like she always thought it would, with hellfire raining down and pale riders galloping across the land on horseback. It began in the kitchen, with her humming a song to herself, mixing up a pitcher of lemonade before she rejoined her family in the sunshine. Then they were gone, lost forever when the sun turned long. She didn't even have time to grieve them properly before the threat turned on her, as the creatures that had once been her husband, her son, and her daughter swarmed to the door, slamming their new bodies against the wood with wet slaps, calling out to her in warped voices, begging her to step back outside. She covered her ears and wept for hours, until she had no tears left to cry. It didn't take long for Stella to figure out that whatever had happened to her family, it was happening all over the world. The small town she had known and loved had transformed into a hellscape, a maze of monsters and deadly light. She retreated underground to old mine shafts and tunnels, left abandoned decades ago when the local coal trade had dried up. There, she quickly discovered that she wasn't the only one with that idea. There were others, survivors, who had managed to make their way down into the dark, away from the horrors above. There weren't many, and she could never get too attached to the ones she did meet, in case they too were lost to the sun. But as the days wore on in the tunnels, she found herself forming a small group of stragglers. Not quite a family, but something that could be one day, and definitely much better than going it alone. There was Stella, of course, using her background as an elementary school teacher to keep everyone on track and working together. Then there was Brian, a former volunteer firefighter, whose training and skills with an axe came in handy more than once. There was Trina, a teenage girl who had been babysitting when everything went to hell, who had a knack for evading the flesh monsters and making supply runs. And then there was Doris, former military nurse and current de facto team medic, sharp and capable, in spite of being in her late 70s. They were brave people, brilliant, and refused to give up. Others came and went, spare survivors they picked up as they navigated their way, raiding the ruins of grocery stores and hospitals, but they always wound up leaving again. Or, worse, something would go wrong, and the sunlight would claim another victim. But the four of them stayed together, stronger with their combined skills, willpower, and ability to sleep in shifts and keep an eye out for trouble. After some time in the tunnels, the group had come across a massive abandoned facility. None of them could determine where it came from or what organization might have run it, but it appeared to have been some kind of research lab. It was isolated, cut off from outside influences better than any of their previous hideouts had been. Whoever had once worked here had cleared out, or been taken out in a hurry. But in their place, they had left behind rations, medical equipment, emergency generators, and clean drinking water. There were enough supplies to keep the group going for months, if they rationed carefully. And so they settled in. The abandoned research facility, whatever it once was, became their makeshift home. This unexpected sanctuary was cut off from the rest of the world, Clinical, cold, lonely, but a safe place for them to rest their heads. Now it had been a month since this all began. Stella shook her head at this realization, the passage of time feeling almost meaningless at this point. What did a month even mean anymore? What was a day when she couldn't even see the sun rise and set? As she sat there warming herself by the side of a foraged space heater, she thought about missing the stars, the moon, the promise of the cosmos. A time when the vast open sky was an invitation to dream instead of something to hide from. That time was gone now. There was nothing to do but mourn it and carry on, if not for her, then for the others. They had all found ways to keep busy in this new place. Trina took to exploring the empty halls, the laboratories filled with strange equipment, the small rooms that looked like prison cells or police interrogation rooms. She had cooked up some theory about it being a government facility, like something out of an old episode of The X-Files. Brian had found an on-site library, filled with history books and scientific texts. There was enough to read in there, he said, that by the time he was finished, he would have the equivalent of several doctorate degrees. Doris had taken initial stock of all the medical supplies available at the site. Gauze, disinfectant, vials upon vials of medications she had never heard of, and had categorized them all neatly. Now she spent her hours mostly sitting with Stella, telling her stories about whatever she felt like. Her time overseas, her late husband, their children, decades-old neighborhood gossip. It felt good to talk, no matter what it was about. It felt human. They all had their ways of keeping their grip on their own humanity. It had almost gotten boring, holed up in the facility without the constant threat of danger pressing in from all sides. Boring, but peaceful. Stella could feel herself starting to nod off, her eyelids sagging, her dinner of canned beans sitting heavy in her stomach. Next to her, Doris had already begun to softly snore. Soon sleep would come for her too, and bring with it dreams, memory of the life that was gone forever, the world as she had once known it. The dreams were tough, but waking up from them was even tougher. Still, she had to rest. She could only fight it for so long. She could almost hear her husband's voice when, "Hey, Stella, you might want to see this." Brian was there suddenly, his words breaking through the haze in her mind. His tone was severe, and she knew that sleep would have to wait. She followed him down the hall for a while, before he stopped and turned her attention to a section of a damaged wall. It was rusted and corroded, black and gray with massive cracks in the solid material. It looked like it had been slowly disintegrated over time by an incredibly strong acid. It was off-putting to look at, giving off the distinct sense that something bad had happened. But a lot of bad things had happened in the past month. "I don't really understand what I'm looking at," Stella said, and Brian grabbed her by the shoulders, commanding her attention. "This wasn't here yesterday. Hell, it wasn't here a few hours ago." He gestured to the damage. "It just happened, and whatever is responsible is probably still here." A chill ran down Stella's spine. It seemed impossible for this kind of structural damage to happen over the course of a few hours. She could see twisted steel rebar, drips of melted metal that had trickled onto the floor. As she leaned in for a closer look, she gagged. There was an overpowering stench of rot and decay. It didn't take long for her to spot the source, a thick, black mucus covering the hole in the wall, slick and slimy, and giving off the putrid smell. It wasn't like the material that had made up the flesh creatures outside. It was something else entirely. Something she had never seen before. She reached out a hand to touch it, but quickly caught herself. Whatever this stuff was, it was bad news. If it could do that to a solid wall, she didn't even want to think about what it could do to flesh and bone. "What do we do?" she asked. "Inspect the area, make sure it's safe, see if it's some kind of toxic waste leak or..." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't have to. They needed to find out if this damage came from something living, something that could be hiding in the building with them and waiting for the chance to strike. When they returned to the main room, Doris was awake and Trina was there waiting for them. They agreed to split into pairs and search the facility, looking for any additional damage, strange black fluid, or signs of foul play of any kind. Trina and Brian went one way, while Doris and Stella went the other, each person armed with a flashlight and a weapon of some kind. An axe, a bat, a knife. Stella had found a loaded pistol when they first arrived, one that she hoped she would never have to use. Now she carried it with her, just in case. Stella and Doris walked together for an hour, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. They didn't find anything notable, really. There were some bits of rust they hadn't seen before, an occasional black puddle pooling on the floor, but nothing like the scene Brian had found. As they walked in silence, Stella found herself beginning to relax. Maybe the worst was over. Maybe a pipe had broken somewhere and broken down a bit of the wall, but nothing else would really come of it. Then, from the other side of the building, there came a high-pitched scream. She knew that voice immediately. Trina, screaming bloody murder, and Brian bellowing something. She grabbed Doris by the arm, and the two ran in the direction of the sound. As they got closer, they could hear other sounds in addition to Trina and Brian's yells. Loud cracking like something solid coming apart, bits of rubble falling to the ground, and the wet dripping sound of something thick hitting the floor. As the two rounded the corner to see what was happening to help their friends, Stella froze in shock. She had seen some harrowing things since that fateful sunny day. She almost thought she had become desensitized to horror, that there was nothing left in the world that could faze her, but this moment proved her wrong. There was so much to take in and so little time. Brian was swinging his axe wildly at the floor, chopping at it helplessly in an attempt to break it apart. It quickly became obvious why. Trina was sinking into the floor, not through a hole into the basement below, but into the floor itself. It rippled and melted around her, changing from a solid surface to a thick pool of black sludge. She flailed and struggled, grasping at the ground around her, at Brian's arm, anything to yank herself free. But she wouldn't budge. She continued to sink. No, she wasn't just sinking. She was being pulled. Stella felt her legs begin to work again, and she rushed to Trina's side, grabbing hold of her arms with all the strength she had. All the while, Trina screamed in a mix of desperation, terror, and pain. Brian continued his assault on the ground, as if he could cut her free from the floor, and Doris moved to help Stella. She grabbed a hold of Trina's waist, but stopped suddenly. There, at the place where her body vanished into the floor, Trina was beginning to fall apart. Whatever had turned the floor into a portal, whatever had rotted away at the walls, it was taking its toll on her body too. The flesh falling away from the bone, the muscles liquefying, and everything becoming corrupted by that same black mucus. If they pulled any harder, Trina would be ripped in two. Her chest, arms, and head on the surface, while her legs, stomach, and most of her vital organs were lost. There was no way to save her. Stella saw it when Doris did, and the two shared a long, sad look. Trina was here with them, still struggling for her life, but she was already gone. As if it felt their hopelessness, the force pulling on Trina from below then gave a horrifying yank they were praying to not have to witness, and she was swallowed up by the ground. All that remained was a sticky black smear, a large crack in the floor, and 3 survivors where there had just been 4. None of the remaining 3 slept a wink that night. Brian paced back and forth, holding his axe. Doris went over their supplies again, looking for anything that could be used to treat the effects of the corrosive black fluid, and Stella ran over their potential options again and again. They could stay and hope that the thing that took Trina never came back, or they could leave and face the possibility of succumbing to the sun or the influence of the creatures that once were people. She recalled dimly an old adage, "The devil you know beats the devil you don't." Maybe that was true. Maybe it would be better to take their chances with the outside rather than stay and be hunted. But she thought of her husband and children again, watching them melt onto the grass, and she shuddered. There were no good options here, but she couldn't risk going out like that. They would stay. Whatever had taken Trina, there were 3 of them, and only 1 of it. Besides, maybe it had already gotten what it wanted, and now it would move on. She didn't know it when she fell asleep, only that when she eventually woke up, she was alone. Brian and Doris were nowhere to be found. She called out their names as her heart leaped into her throat. For a moment, she feared the very worst. But then, Brian answered her. He had been patrolling, looking for signs of trouble, but he was fine. She asked if Doris was with him, and he went pale. He told Stella that Doris had gone to an on-site bathroom to get cleaned up hours ago, before he left. She should have been back by then. Without another thought, they took off towards the bathroom, and saw their worst fear realized. The door to the room was gone, rotted away, and Doris was gone with it. She had been taken before she even had the chance to scream. They stood there, taking in the reality of what had happened with silent shock. Then, a sound from behind caused them to turn around. It was a raspy, hollowed-out sound, like air forced from a dying man's lungs. A dry, empty, evil chuckle from an inhuman throat. There they saw the creature that had stolen their friends. From a distance, Stella could have confused it for a man. A very old, very sick man, but still human. As it shuffled closer, however, that illusion was shattered. Its eyes were black voids, its skin gray and putrefied, its mouth a gaping, toothless maw of shriveled black gums, and it was laughing at them, like it was enjoying itself. There was the smell again, that overpowering reek of all things foul. Stella drew her pistol and fired several shots. She didn't have the best aim, especially not when her hands were shaking with fear, but one of the bullets found its target and hit the creature in the cheek. It hissed, not in pain, but a perverse amusement, as the lead tore a hole through its flesh like wet paper. Globs of black blood spattered everywhere, spreading the rot wherever they landed. To her side, she heard Brian cry out in pain. When she turned, he was clutching his right eye. Some of the liquid had hit him there, and it was already taking effect. Stella's stomach turned as she saw something white slide down the side of Brian's face, his eye melting out of its socket. The skin around it followed suit, softening like putty and dribbling away from the bloody muscle underneath. Brian collapsed to the floor as the creature continued to advance on them, laughing louder and louder. It knew that bullets couldn't kill it, knew that there was nowhere to run. Stella grabbed a hold of Brian's arms, prepared to carry her fallen friend to safety, but he stopped her.
I'm done for,
He said quietly.
If you try to carry me, you are too.
She shook her head, unwilling to leave him behind, and he touched her cheek, forcing a smile on his decaying face.
I didn't think I'd make it this far. I wouldn't have without you. So run. Save yourself.
She could hear the resignation in his voice and knew that he would not let her save him.
I'll hold him off as long as I can,
Brian promised, and with tears in her eyes, Stella turned and ran as fast as she could. As her feet pounded the ground, blood rushing in her ears, she could hear Brian screaming and cursing at the creature until his voice quickly faded into a wet gurgle, and then silence. Stella sat in the center of the room that she and the others had once shared, clutching her scavenged pistol in her hands. Every creak, every errant sound made her jump. It could be anywhere, come from anywhere. She had escaped from so much already, survived more than anyone was ever meant to, had lost her love, her friends, her home. She wouldn't lose herself too. She held her breath as she heard it, clear in the darkness. Drip, drip, drip. Her grip on the weapon tightened, and she readied herself. If she had to go down, she might as well go down swinging. The old man, whether he was a man, a monster, or death itself, wouldn't be taking her anywhere, not without a fight. Shirley woke up screaming, louder than usual this time. Bae, Shirley's wife, bolted upright, as though someone had just run a 20,000-volt charge through her. Her dirty hand clasped over Shirley's mouth until the awful sound stopped. She whispered, "Baby, it was just a dream, just a dream." Shirley fell into a terrified silence, trying to regulate her breathing. They'd been hiding in an abandoned apartment block for 3 days now, waiting for the roads to clear so they could take the chance and move forward. Bae, keeping closer to the ground, scuttled over to one of the smashed-out windows. She stared down onto the street 30 feet below. Midnight. No stars, cars crashed up against one another from the initial panic, and thank God, none of those things down there. She breathed a sigh of relief and returned to Shirley, gathering her up in her arms and giving her a reassuring squeeze. Her body was still trembling. "What happened in this one?" Bae asked. Shirley exhaled and closed her eyes. "We were close now," she said. "We're so close, Bae. It was the dream that began this journey. The quest for the last safe place. Initially, Bae had thought it was a fool's errand. There were no safe places in this world anymore. Nowhere that the sun or its terrible monsters hadn't touched. But Shirley insisted otherwise. She'd seen it in her dreams. A place of almost mythical wonder, a vast and complex facility away from the light. Site-19. Shirley and Bay grabbed their backpacks and shrugged them on. It was best to set off now, get a few hours of walking under their belts, and find some shelter before the sun came back up. In the meantime, all they needed to do was avoid the monsters lurking out there. It was an interesting trade-off. Once upon a time, years and years ago, when the sun changed, there had been billions of those things. They were people once, until the new light touched them and turned them into these slimy abominations. There was a time you couldn't look out your window without seeing hundreds of them slithering past you. Then, they started coagulating, becoming these huge, mountainous masses of gloopy, melted flesh. It was nice that there were fewer now. Made them easier to avoid, easier to sneak around. But if one of those things found you, you were dead. Or more likely, you were about to be something so much worse than dead. The two women trekked down the side of the road, keeping to the shadows even in the dark. They were on the edge of the city now, and it wouldn't be long until they were in the wilderness. Pro: being away from a population center meant lower odds of being attacked by one of those monsters. Con: fewer places to hide when the sun came up. In the meantime, all they could do was keep walking and hope. It was an almost supernatural mixture of luck and skill that had gotten them this far. They'd known each other for 4 years when day broke, and everything went to hell. But they'd only been married for about a month. It'd been a hell of a post-honeymoon wake-up call. So many had been changed in the initial panic, and so many more had been destroyed by what came after. But these two weren't just anybody. In fact, it was the specific combination of skills and knowledge these two possessed that kept them alive for this long. In the world that came before, Bay had been a soldier who'd done 2 tours abroad and seen active combat multiple times, and Shirley had been a doctor, rising through the ranks of a local hospital. Between them, they could fight for and heal one another, despite everything. And in those early years, that's all it had been. They were always moving, always avoiding the terrors outside and the tyranny of the sun. They'd avoided the dangers that had destroyed so many others, but they'd never dared to hope. Hope was lofty, impractical. It got people killed. They'd only ever tried to survive. The immediate avoidance of death was a practical goal. Anything else was just confetti. Until, of course, Shirley had started having the dreams. Some were just fragments, like sifting through a stack of photographs in the middle of a deep fog. Others were full narratives, like movies in her head, viewed in the first person. But all of them were about the same thing. She and Bay needed to make it to a place they called Site-19. Something about it was familiar, like a thing she'd heard years ago. Perhaps from those strange broadcasts that were on every TV screen during the initial chaos. Oh, and of course, there was one more element in the dream. The one thing that made it seem more like a nightmare. In this part of the dream, she was already in Site-19 and walking down a long, dark hallway, somewhere far away from the sun. There are a series of heavy reinforced doors along the wall next to her. Each one of them had a number on them. Advancing as she got further down the hall, 029, 030, 031, 032. That's when she'd hear the voice. That awful, terrible voice.
Shirley. Oh, Shirley. Come closer. Don't you want to see my face? I'm smiling, Shirley. I'd like for you to see it.
She'd reached the door marked 035, at which point the door slowly creaked open. Even after all the terrifying things they'd seen in the new world, this somehow paralyzed her with fear every time. It was a kind of dread she'd never experienced before. Something that looked like black water would start seeping out from the opening door, then footsteps getting closer. A shambling figure would emerge from the open door. It was hard to make it out fully in the dark, but somehow she just intuitively knew what was coming towards her. It had a stark white face like a mask, with nothing but darkness where the eyes should be. Down below, the body, seemingly heavily injured and dripping with the same black water, was one she recognized. Her own. She couldn't move. The masked figure, this masked version of her, kept getting closer, dripping with more and more of that black water. It was shaking, almost vibrating. Then she realized it was laughing.
See you soon, Shirley, it said. Can't wait for you and Bay to visit.
And that was when she woke up screaming. Somehow, despite the grim ending, some part of Shirley knew that she and Bay needed to get to Site-19. Only there would she be safe, and perhaps even find the answers about how all this horror had even transpired. They were already risking their lives out here every day. Wouldn't it be worth it to find the truth? The duo continued to trudge through the night. It was, they thanked their lucky stars, a relatively uneventful journey. They encountered one of the flesh beasts on the edge of town, but they were able to hide inside a nearby bus depot until it slithered on, gibbering incoherent madness. After waiting to make sure it was gone, the duo left the city and ventured out into the Badlands. Shirley continued to insist that the legendary Site-19 from her dreams was definitely close by now. Bay looked up to the sky and chimed in, "I hope you're right, honey, or you and me are fried eggs." Shirley and Bay walked for another several hours, each becoming more slightly anxious that the sun would rise before they reached ample cover, and everything they worked for would be taken away from them. The terror persisted until, against all odds, a huge black shape started to emerge along the horizon. The sight of it made Shirley's eyes widen in amazement. "That's it, Bay," she said. "Site-19, just like it was in my dreams." They passed the chain-link fence around the perimeter, approaching this large, seemingly abandoned building like it was the lost city of El Dorado. Bay was astonished. She loved Shirley, of course, and had faith in her beliefs, but something about a place prophesized in a dream actually being real was honestly nothing short of a miracle. The two of them approached the fortified front door and heaved it open together. Against all odds, they could see light inside the building. They still had power here. Nowhere had power anymore. Maybe this place really was salvation after all. As the two closed the door behind them, they noticed that the windows all around them were shuttered. It must have been some precautionary measure against the new sun. Smart. Whoever these people were, they'd thought ahead. They'd have some kind of preparation for all of this. So Bay couldn't help but wonder, where had they all gone now? As the two ventured deeper into the building, Bay unholstered a handgun that she'd been keeping in her jacket. It was no good against the flesh monsters, but it was a worthwhile deterrent against other desperate people out on the road. Lucky for them, she hadn't needed to fire it yet. Other than the power being on somehow, the place seemed abandoned. They traveled from room to room. Offices, filing areas, what seemed like laboratories, libraries, rest areas. There was no real indication of what these people, whoever they were, actually did around here. After searching through a few different files, all written in almost incomprehensible shorthand and code, Shirley at least found a name to put to these people: the SCP Foundation. Was it some kind of charity? They ventured deeper until they found a hall marked D-Class bunks. Inside, they found bunk beds stacked on top of each other, enough to hold hundreds of people. Bay wondered aloud whether this was some kind of secret paramilitary outfit. It was the one thing that might explain everything they'd seen here today. And in all fairness, she was at least partially right.
Okay, ladies, hold it right there.
Shirley and Bay turned around to see a man in an orange jumpsuit standing a few feet behind them. He was carrying an assault rifle and training it on both of them. He was a tall, imposing man, and yet he was shaking. Bay lowered her gun. Neither she nor Shirley said a word.
"You're human, right?"
he said, voice trembling slightly.
"What?"
Shirley replied.
"Just answer the damn question."
There was a tense pause, where nobody there seemed to know what might happen to them next. The stranger's fingers started curling around the trigger. It was Bay who broke the silence. "We look human, don't we?" she said. Another moment passed. The gun rattled in the stranger's hands. He exhaled and lowered the barrel, taking a more relaxed stance.
"Sorry,"
he said.
"Can't be too careful. Kind of stuff they used to keep in here. It'd give you nightmares. I'm Mike, by the way."
He approached, tentatively shaking Shirley and Bay's hands, just to prove to them that he wasn't the kind of guy who liked to gun down random women. He asked them whether they were hungry, and when they told him they hadn't eaten anything but protein bars in over a week, he told them he was about to show them something incredible, the Site-19 break room. Not long after that, Shirley, Bay, and Mike were all sitting around, enjoying some defrosted Hot Pockets. At that moment, no 3-course meal cooked up by a 5-star chef could ever even compare. As they ate together, Mike told his story.
The people who used to run this place, believe me, they were nut jobs.
Sure, back in the day, I wasn't such a nice guy. Me and some other knuckleheads, we needed the money, so we robbed a few places. People got caught in the crossfire. Next thing I know, I'm on death row. And then these men in white coats, they came and told me I could get a commuted sentence if I came and took part in some experiments. That's how they got me into their house of horrors right here.
If Shirley and Bay hadn't lived through the apocalyptic hell of when day breaks, they might have not believed Mike. He told them about how this SCP Foundation used to use humans in experiments, subjecting them to all the monsters they had locked up down here. There was this giant reptile that couldn't be killed, some freaky statue that'd snap your neck if you stopped looking at it. But the one that frightened him the most, the one that haunted his dreams ever since he got here, the mask, Shirley said aloud, lost in thought. Mike was taken aback. How had she known what he was going to say? It did nothing to reduce his fear when she told him that she'd been dreaming about the mask for over a month now. Stark white with black water dripping from it. Everyone was silent for a moment. Bay and Mike just stared at Shirley, equal parts amazed and frightened. Mike cleared his throat and told Shirley that in the years that had passed since day broke, the population of Site-19 had slowly dwindled. Monsters had escaped. The flesh beasts had slithered in and taken others. Over time, most of the staff had either died, changed, or left. All that was left here was him and the mask. Luckily for him, he'd never been directly cross-tested with it, because those who got tested with the mask never came back. Sometimes he could hear it whispering in his dreams, trying to leak itself into his mind, drip by drip, poisoning his soul. The one saving grace was that being a mask, it couldn't exactly walk up and tap you on the shoulder. All you needed to do was stay away from it, and you'd be fine. The mask couldn't hurt you on its own. The three of them carried on talking for the last hours of the morning. Night had become day and day had become night. It was the easiest way to survive these days, or at least survive as yourself. Bay and Shirley told Mike how they'd met in college all those years ago. Mike told them the story of how he managed to survive by hiding in a broom closet, while some gangly white monstrosity chased down and slaughtered the rest of his bunkmates. The tiredness took them all again, and they decided to bed down in the D-class bunks. They were more comfortable than the bedrolls that Shirley and Bay had been sleeping on in abandoned buildings for the last year or so. To Mike, this place had been a living hell once upon a time, but now for a brief period in this terrifying new world, it could be heaven. Shirley drifted off to uneasy sleep, trying her best to ignore the whispers. In what only felt like a few moments, her eyes fluttered back open. She was in a new place, but one that felt oddly familiar. A long, dark hallway bordered on one side by a series of iron doors. She turned her head slightly, eyes still adjusting to the darkness. The number on the door next to her read 027. Further down the hall, Shirley saw a dark figure, standing tall, shoulders broad and back erect as a ballet dancer. As her vision came back into focus, she saw a shock of orange. It was Mike, wearing that same orange jumpsuit. He was standing about 10 or 15 feet away, staring in the opposite direction. "Mike," Shirley said, operating on the foggy half-logic of a dream. He didn't respond. With growing concern, she started stepping closer. "Mike?" That's when she noticed something else. Black water pooled around Mike's feet. The sight of it stopped her in her tracks and froze the breath in her throat. With an almost audible creak, Mike turned around. A grinning white mask covered up his face.
"Hello, Shirley," it said. "So lovely to finally meet face to face, eh? I bet you're so glad you ran into me. After all, sleepwalking can be dangerous."
Shirley screamed and ran in the opposite direction, wasting no time at all. She heard the slow, measured footsteps of Mike wearing the mask behind her. It was in no rush. It walked like a masked killer in a horror movie.
"Why run?" the voice said. "I've got all day. And I know you can't leave while the sun's up, darling. You and your beloved are all mine. It's only a matter of time.
Somehow, despite her being so far ahead, the voice sounded like it was right next to her ear, like it wasn't speaking out of its mouth. It was just talking directly into her brain. With every syllable, her mind started to slow, like the mask's voice was tar seeping in between the gears. Soon enough, her legs stopped working. Shirley was frozen in place, hearing the footsteps of the masked Mike behind her. Her brain was flooded with dark thoughts: death, pain, torture, grief, the final smothering of all hopes and happiness. There was really nothing like it, like every nightmare she'd ever experienced being collected into one terrible elixir and poured onto her mind. So this was what that horrible mask could do. Soon enough, the masked Mike had passed her and turned to look directly at her face. There was an awful smell, like chemicals and burning flesh. She turned her gaze downwards, seeing that it looked like Mike's body was somehow melting away from all that black water. It was like acid.
Mike was a weak host,
the mask said, as if it was replying to her thoughts.
He won't last much longer, but that's fine. I'm looking forward to taking you for a whirl, dear Shirley. And when your hands are mine, you can only imagine the terrible things I'm going to do to your beloved Bay with them.
Shirley, with all her willpower, was able to move her mouth enough to force out the words, "Don't you dare touch her." The monster laughed, just like it always did in her dream. "That's not your choice to make anymore," it said. The mask reached for her with Mike's melting fingers, fizzling away with all that black slime, getting so close to caressing her tender cheek. All that awful silence was only broken by the sound of a soft clicking behind it, then a gunshot passing through the back of its stolen head. The mask turned, more shocked than anything, to see Bay standing there, wielding Mike's old assault rifle and aiming it with deadly accuracy. Before the mask could breathe another poisonous word, Bay opened fire, releasing a volley of bullets into the last of its melting body as it staggered back into the darkened hallway. Shirley watched in astonishment as the creature fell, Mike's body splattering into a puddle and sending the mask itself skidding down the hallway. Maybe it was just a trick of the mind, but she could swear the mask was frowning now, not smiling. Bay breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I'm thinking it's probably better if this place stays abandoned." Shirley, who hadn't quite regained her speech just yet, just smiled, nodded, and embraced Bay. They shared a kiss, just happy to still be together and alive, despite it all. Come nightfall, they left again, in search of another place. The possessive mask remained there, laying on the floor of some anonymous Site 19 hallway, just waiting for some unlucky, weak-minded survivor to wander in and try it on. We've all thought about disasters. Imagined massive floods, fires, or a meteor suddenly crashing into Earth. But what happens when the destruction comes quietly and suddenly, with the dawning of a new day? Over the next 24 hours, the world as we know it will crumble, and something strange and terrible will rise to take its place. What will that look like? Who will try to rise to the occasion and help? And who will cower in the dark? What happens to the people around the world in the first 24 hours after day breaks? Let's find out. Hour 1. It's 6 a.m. on a farm in Kansas, and the land is just beginning to wake up. The farmer and his wife and children are still sleeping, waiting for the cry of their rooster to tell them that it's time to start the day. The cows are grazing in the open field, letting out the occasional half-hearted moo, but they're still a bit too sleepy to give it their all. The pigs snort restlessly in the barn, feeling breakfast time approaching. The rooster, proud and stately, hops onto the roof of the chicken coop, surveying his domain. He tilts his head back and lets out a mighty crow. Cock-a-doodle. The sound catches in his throat as something strange begins to happen. His beak softens like wax dripping from a lit candle. It drops to the ground with a soft plop as his mighty wake-up call fades to a gurgle. There is something wrong this morning. Something truly, deeply wrong. If the rooster were capable of complex thought, he would be terrified. Instead, he is just melting, along with the hens, the cows, and the pigs, all dripping onto the grass as the faint light of morning changes them. Inside the farmhouse, the family begins to scream. Hour 2. An hour later in New York City, the city that never sleeps gets a rude awakening. No one can be sure when exactly the chaos broke out, but all of a sudden, people in their little apartments wake up to the sound of masses of other people calling out for help, of the thunderous footsteps of crowds tearing through the streets, and then of a strange gurgling sound that replaces the bedlam. A young woman throws open her blackout curtains to get a better look and finds herself melting along with them. Across town, a landlord knocks on his tenant's door, demanding some overdue rent, but there is no answer. Only the slop of something oozing across the floor inside. Security footage of Times Square catches an eerie sight. Masses of molten flesh spreading across the streets. The masses of tourists that were gathered there only hours before melted together into something else, bathed in the neon glow of the billboards and lights of the city. Hour 3. On the other side of the world, in Canberra, Australia, a group of college students is camping in the wilderness. While the United States is waking up to a horror show, they are sleeping soundly in their tents beneath the light of the moon. Well, except for one of them, who had decided to take his sleeping bag outside and sleep under the stars. That would have been a lovely idea, except for the fact that all sunlight, including that which reflected off the moon, has become quite destructive to the human body. To all living things, in fact. His melted form sloshes around inside the sleeping bag, trying to regain some semblance of its original shape. Inside their tent, his friends are still themselves, shielded remarkably well from the light by the thick canvas. That is, until one of them gets up to go to the bathroom and unzips the front of the tent. His mouth is already useless by the time he thinks to scream, and the moonlight floods inside and covers the group in a silvery glow. It doesn't take long for them to meet the same fate as their friend outside, melting together into one massive entity. They had hoped this camping trip would bring them closer together, and, well, it did. Hour 4. Meanwhile, a speleologist is deep in the bowels of a cave in Tianshan that she has been studying, completely unaware of the terrors of the surface. She's taking samples, dictating notes to her research assistant, and keeping an eye out for bats, when suddenly, she receives a communication from one of the members of her research team up above. The technology they use only allows for short text messages that can be transmitted through the layers of soil and rock all around, but this warning needs only a few words. Don't come up. Not safe. The words send a chill up her spine. What could possibly be happening that's more dangerous than being down here? She writes back, asking for clarification, but receives none. Through the dark tunnels illuminated only by a few headlamps, she thinks she can hear the echo of a scream. Hour 5. Those that are still safe and have managed to hold on to their identities and forms have noticed yet another threat in addition to whatever the light is doing. All around the world, planes are dropping from the sky, their pilots and crews transformed into something incapable of flying an aircraft. Airplanes that were en route to their various destinations, thousands of them going in every direction imaginable, are now plummeting towards the ground, crashing into the ocean, or in some especially unlucky cases, landing on buildings that still have survivors inside. It's a truly brutal bit of irony to escape the sun's terrible rays and find some small sanctuary, only to have an airplane fall out of the sky and destroy it all. Hour 6. Over at the SCP Foundation, everyone is on high alert, trying to categorize what is happening and find a way to stop it. But how do you contain an anomaly when that anomaly is the sun itself? In the meantime, the O5 Council retreats to a specialized underground bunker constructed especially for this kind of dire scenario, outfitted with beds, reading materials, and enough supplies to keep them alive for several years, as long as no one hogs the snacks. As the rest of the Foundation staff scramble to find a solution before the rest of the Earth's population is reduced to goo, the anomalies contained throughout the various sites begin to take notice. SCP-099 oozes frantically around its site,
hugging and nuzzling anyone it can get close to. It doesn't fully understand what is going on, but it can tell that everyone is quite upset and frightened by something, and it wants to help them feel better. Other anomalies have a less charitable approach. SCP-173 takes advantage of the chaos to escape containment, snapping a few necks on its way out just for fun. After all, everyone's eyes are otherwise occupied. Because it is not made from any organic material, it is immune to the effects of the sun and makes its way outside to explore the pandemonium. Research staff pass by SCP-682's containment chamber can hear the giant beast chuckling to itself, a sickening, choking sound as it laughs at the fall of humanity.
Finally.
It sighs. One scientist peeking through the observation window swears that the hard-to-destroy reptile is smiling before one of his colleagues ushers him down the hall, away from the monster's celebration. SCP-507 appears in the hall with a pop, back from another one of his involuntary interdimensional voyages.
Whoa, where's the fire?
He asks, taking in the hysteria around him.
Did something get out?
A bit of unease creeps into his voice.
No!
Shouts a passing guard.
It's what's trying to get in.
God, I have the worst timing.
507 groans. Hour 7. Back in the realm of civilians, newscasters hop on to broadcast from studios devoid of natural light, unsure if there are any survivors left to hear their messages. One television personality forces his usual bright smile, staring down the barrel of the camera with barely concealed tears in his eyes. He can't let his smile crack, can't let himself break down. If he lets himself cry, really cry, he's scared he won't be able to stop.
Please, remain calm.
He reads off the teleprompter as a production assistant sobs into the shoulder of the camera operator.
Experts are working to determine what is going on. In the meantime, please follow these instructions to ensure your safety and that of your loved ones. Do not go outside unless you are covered in proper equipment to shield yourself from the sun or moon. Block all sources of natural light in your residence. Do not attempt to interact with those who have been affected by this disaster. Do not touch them. Do not let them into your home. Do not speak to them. Again, please remain calm. Help is on the way.
He doesn't know if the words are true. He only knows that it's his responsibility to give the people hope, something familiar they can turn to when nothing makes sense. The camera switches off. He covers his face and lets the tears loose. Hour 8. In spite of the pleas from newscasters, people are very much panicking. How could they not? Everything's descended into absolute mayhem, and it's only been 8 hours since it all began. Unfortunately, where there is panic, there's someone trying to make a quick buck off of their fellow man. Even more unfortunately, the internet is still up and running so far. And with survivors taking to social media to live tweet their experiences and post as much as they can on Instagram, Facebook, and anywhere else they can reach out for help, it is the perfect environment for scammers. A Twitter thread goes viral claiming that wrapping oneself in aluminum foil will protect against the effects of the light. Facebook posts circulate, hawking all sorts of natural remedies and super sunscreens from essential oil blends to bacon grease. A fraudulent GoFundMe page pops up, claiming to belong to a climate scientist raising money for a ray gun that will reverse the damage done to the Earth's atmosphere, which he cites as the cause of the destruction. Hour 9. Not all the information circulating online is false, however. A video is posted on TikTok with the caption, "These mofos can talk," featuring video of a teenage boy cowering in a dark room as one of the formerly human flesh creatures moves around outside the door. After a moment or two of silence, a garbled voice calls out to him,
Brian, come outside. Please come out into the sun. I miss you.
The video's comments are filled with other users sharing similar experiences, saying, "It talked just like my boyfriend. It barked like a dog," or even, "It was singing my favorite Ariana Grande song." Similar videos pop up in the wake of this first recording, urging survivors to ignore the voices, no matter who they seem like they belong to. Hour 10. While some people are using the internet to spread helpful information on the nature of the events outside, others have ruled out rational explanations entirely, claiming that this is divine punishment for the sins of mankind, or the Matrix finally collapsing in on itself. Others deny that the horrible events are even happening at all,
An infamously contrarian livestream personality logs on from his insulated basement, crowing to his viewers that
None of this is actually happening. It's all a ploy to keep us complacent and under government control. Ask yourself, why don't they want us going outside? So we don't see what they're really up to.
As commenters try desperately to change his mind, he doubles down.
You're all just a bunch of sheeple, bah.
He laughs.
Look, I'll show you there's nothing to worry about.
He carries his laptop upstairs with him and steps outside onto the sidewalk. In his computer screen, he can see the video feed of his own face beginning to droop and liquefy before he can even feel it. He tries to run back inside, away from the light, but it's too late. His legs are already giving out. The viewers can only watch as their favorite streamer dissolves in real time, until his now useless hands drop the laptop to the ground, where it breaks into pieces, and the stream goes dark. Hour 12. For those who have survived this long, at the 12-hour mark, things are beginning to get tense. Actually, that would be an understatement. Tensions have been bubbling steadily for the past 12 hours, as people have melted into unrecognizable waxy monsters, exploded in plane crashes, and been traumatized to within an inch of their lives. Now those tensions are boiling over. Human beings in a crisis can be a bit like crabs in a bucket, vicious and ready to tear each other to pieces if they perceive that they might be left behind. When there is a shortage of resources, this selfish fear and anger only gets worse. Hour 13. There might not be a lack of food or fresh water yet, but there is another resource that seems worth destroying each other for: darkness. In a world where light means death, the only safe place is in the dark. But there are a limited number of places that people can go. In rural areas, families retreat to storm cellars or the insides of empty grain silos. In cities, underground parking garages become hiding places, and there just isn't enough space there to go around. People erupt into physical fights in these parking complexes, punching and shoving each other, even attacking with broken bottles and other improvised weapons, all to stake their claim over this newfound territory. Even more contentious are warehouses, insulated hiding places filled with all the supplies that will soon start to dwindle: toilet paper, canned goods, soap, and bottled water. These things just might be worth killing for, and many are already prepared to do so. Hour 14. While the SCP Foundation is busy trying to maintain order and find a way to end this catastrophic event, other groups dedicated to the anomalous are equally busy. The Chaos Insurgency attempt to launch a sneak attack on Site-19 while its occupants are distracted. However, their defenses against the sun prove ineffective, and they are melted before they can so much as reach the site's entrance. Inside, the Foundation staff never even notice. They have far too much on their hands already. Other groups take a less offensive approach, prioritizing safety. Members of the Serpent's Hand escape to the Interdimensional Wanderers Library along with their families, settling in for the long haul and preparing to make it their permanent home as the Earth burns. They didn't want it to end this way, but they are not going to stick around to be a part of it all. Hour 18. Not all people are turning on each other, even as things appear dire. The best thing anyone can do in a horrible situation is to look for those willing to extend a helping hand. There will always be people trying to look out for others, to put out the fires, and airlift people out of the floodwaters. Though this disaster seems anything but natural, the instinct to help is still there for many. Doctors and nurses hole up in hospitals, blocking out the windows with spare pairs of scrubs and whatever else they can find to light-proof the building. There they treat the wounded that make it inside, wrapping broken bones and stitching up wounds as best they can. A few well-intentioned souls even attempt to treat those changed by the sun, those things that barely look human anymore, no matter how hard they try to arrange their soft bodies back into their former shape. It is too late for them, though. There's nothing to be done, and no medical school in the world could have prepared a doctor to heal this hurt. But what about the people who aren't all the way gone? The ones who started to change but got inside in time to slow or even stop the process. Hospital staff treat the melting like an infection, amputating molten limbs or attempting to clean and bandage them, unsure of what to do with a piece of human body that no longer behaves like flesh and bone. They're able to save a few people, but far more are already doomed by the time they make it inside. They disintegrate slowly but steadily, fading away on the operating table until their warbling voices are urging the doctors to follow them outside.
It doesn't hurt, they promise, reaching out with fleshy tentacles that were one's hands. It's hard to remember the Hippocratic Oath when a monster is trying to pull you into its grasp. Hour 20. While some are trying to help the creatures created by the sun's wrath, others have been waiting for this moment since they saw their very first zombie movie. To them, this is an outbreak, plain and simple, and it's the perfect chance to suit up and play soldier. They cloak themselves in body armor and helmets with dark-tinted visors and grab whatever weapons they can find. Grenades, firearms, flamethrowers, anything is fair game at the end of the world. A former police officer and massive fan of zombie-themed first-person shooters takes to the streets, staring down an enormous mound of flesh made from dozens of people melding together, ropey tentacles flailing and grasping for more bodies to add to its mass. He fires an array of bullets into the thing, but they are absorbed into its surface, swallowed up inside. He searches for weak points, for eyes, a heart, anything he can target, but he can't spot anything vulnerable. But he's not deterred. He'll try fire next. He lights a homemade Molotov cocktail and hurls it at the beast, waiting for it to ignite and listening for the sound of its painful cries. But nothing comes. The cocktail explodes and nearby debris catches on fire, but the ball of flesh doesn't react. It just continues to advance towards him, making its way down the street as if it has all the time in the world. There's only one option left, and it's the riskiest one of all. He pulls out a grenade and pulls the pin. Throwing it won't do. He needs to run up and thrust the grenade into the body of the monster to blow it up from the inside. He's going to have to be quick. He summons all the stamina from his high school track and field days and makes a mad sprint for the creature, holding the grenade out in front of him. Eyes on the prize, there is nothing but the mission now, the chance to be a hero. He is so singularly focused on his task that he doesn't notice a tentacle snaking along the ground toward him until it loops around his feet, flipping him over until he's upside down. The force of the movement knocks his helmet loose, and it falls to the ground. He moves to shield his face with his hands, but it's useless. The sunlight has already found him. He is already changing, becoming one with the very thing he promised to destroy. He stares up at the mass with reverence, just before his eyes drop out of his head, and reaches his arms out to welcome the embrace. By the time the grenade detonates, he can't bring himself to care about it. He can't care about anything except being part of the flesh. Hour 22. If individuals have a tendency to blame each other in times of strife, then governments are even worse. Surviving leaders of various countries, shivering in their bunkers and tearing out their hair with stress, begin to convince themselves that this must be some kind of act of biological warfare gone wrong. Nuclear testing, some kind of deadly gas, something. Surely ruination on this grand of a scale must be man-made. With no other recourse, they begin declaring war on each other. Everyone pointing a finger at someone else as no one is able to take responsibility. The threats, the denials, and the rage escalate until finally, the North Korean government makes a decision that would seem completely insane under any other circumstances. They attempt to nuke the sun. It's irrational and it's ineffective, of course, but it's the last gasp of a species hurtling towards extinction. One final attempt to bring it all to an end before it's all truly over. Hour 24. And as the dust clears, it becomes completely apparent the old world is dead, and a new world, for better or for much, much worse, is born. Nothing will ever be the same again. Lewis Jackson sat with all his fellow students in the dingy underground lecture hall, listening to a rickety old professor with a voice like chloroform, rattling off dry facts about economics. Above him, a projector older than any of the students in the room covered the wall in a poorly designed PowerPoint presentation, limping from slide to slide. It was 9 a.m. on a thoroughly unremarkable Monday. Half the class was hungover. The other was just terminally bored. Lewis hoped none of this would come up on the final, because this morning, he had no intention of listening. Instead, he was typing out a message under the desk with a big, stupid grin on his face. Professor Harbison is going off about the free market again. Save me. Send. The message's recipient, Jenny Park, started typing. Lewis's crush on Jenny was the college's worst-kept secret. Ever since they met during O Week, He'd been infatuated with her. They shared a few classes, but little by little, they started hanging out more in their free time. Study sessions, grabbing lunch together, going to the movies. They'd become fast friends, but Lewis was hoping they could be something more, and he hoped deep down Jenny was thinking the same thing. He received a text. "We can hang out in the quad after if it makes him easier to endure. We'll grab burgers. My treat," with a winking emoji. Lewis felt like a dork to admit it, even to himself, but this message made his heart race. They were doing winking emojis now. Maybe today wouldn't be such a drag after all. Any day that he got to hang out with Jenny couldn't be all that bad. All this news was so exciting to him, he didn't notice that something strange was sweeping over the lecture hall. While the professor droned on, even the most studious members of the class were suddenly checking their phones, faces alight with expressions of confusion, then concern, then worry. Something was happening, something big. Professor Harbison fell silent as a new sound rose to prominence, muffled at first but getting rapidly louder just outside the lecture hall. It was screaming, terrible screams of fear and pain. People started to rise out of their seats. What was going on out there? Nobody had heard gunshots or an explosion. The ground wasn't rumbling under their feet, and if a hurricane or tornado was tearing its way across the campus, they would have heard it. Suddenly, the main doors to the lecture hall burst open, and a terrified student rushed through. Lewis recognized him. It was Tommy Lansdale, a history major that Lewis had hung out with a few times at campus parties. He was a chill guy, the kind of person who took everything on the chin and let life's troubles just roll off his back. That's why it was so strange to see his whole body shaking and his face a red mess of tears.
"You can't go out there," he screamed. "There's something wrong with the light."
Concern was starting to give way to panic. Tommy turned and shoved the bolt into place on the door, eliminating the potential exit. The only other way out was a fire escape down by the stage. His heavy breathing and choked sobs weren't doing much to calm anyone down. Lewis checked his phone again. Jenny was still typing. Tommy kept repeating, "Something's wrong with the light, something's wrong with the light, something's wrong with the light." The other students were starting to approach him, all with a sense of guarded caution, given they still didn't understand the situation well enough to know for sure that Tommy wasn't the dangerous one here. College could be an extremely stressful place. It definitely wasn't unheard of for people to snap under the pressure and do something they wouldn't normally do. What's going on, man?" Lewis said, walking briskly up to Tommy, worried about Jenny's safety if something really was happening out there. Tommy raised both hands in a gesture that seemed halfway between pleading and a threat, shaking his head frantically.
"Stay back, dude. You don't want to go out there. Something terrible is happening."
Professor Harbison approached, adjusting his glasses and sneering. He didn't take kindly to someone interrupting his lecture with these ridiculous theatrics. An institute of learning was no place for this kind of troublemaker.
"I demand you leave this instant, young man," Harbison said. "If you don't stop this foolish behavior, I'll have you written up."
Tommy didn't budge. He just shook his head emphatically.
"I'm not going anywhere," he said. "If you go out there, you're gonna die. I'm not letting anyone leave this damn building."
Before anyone could protest this unwilling confinement, a terrible sound started to come from outside. Not screaming this time, just a voice. A warped, pained voice that seemed almost to droop as it spoke, like a voice recorded on an old reel-to-reel tape recorder that's starting to degrade.
Help me.
It slurred.
Please, let me in. I feel so sick.
There was a terrible slopping noise, like a thick, viscous liquid sluicing closer. Tommy looked down and screamed. Flesh-colored slime was slithering in underneath the door and dripping over the top step of the gangway. Tommy stepped back, along with everyone else. It looked revolting and smelled even worse, like a mixture of rotten meat and burning hair. That terrible, drooping voice was still somehow emanating from the slime.
Please help me. Something went wrong.
Naturally, the other students began to scream and run. Whatever that monster was, they needed to get away from it quickly. Only Lewis seemed to be rooted in place, the terror and impossibility of it all just paralyzing him. He could only watch as the flesh-colored blob creature seeped in under the door. Everything else, including Professor Harbison, who was moving faster than he had in years, made a mad dash for the fire exit down by the stage. Tommy screamed for them to stay inside, but it was already too late. People panicked and piled on top of each other to get out, but the second they did, the worst of the screaming started. The most awful, agonized wails you've ever heard that tapered off in that same drooping gurgle as the blob slithered in underneath the door. It was Lewis's natural instinct to run down and help somehow, but instead he felt Tommy's white-knuckle grip on his shoulder.
I'm sorry, Tommy said through the sobs. It's too late for them. There's nothing you can do, man. We just need to stay inside.
At that moment, Lewis received a text message from Jenny. It read, "Lewis, if you're still okay, you need to read this and you need to believe me. Something terrible has happened. So many people are dead. Or at least I think they're dead. A lot of them are still screaming. I think it has something to do with the sun. Stay out of the light. I'm in Administration Building C. I'm safe for now, but I'm hiding. Don't come looking for me until nightfall. Please let me know if you're okay. You can't trust the sun." Lewis felt a wave of relief and terror wash over him. Jenny was okay, and that was great news. But it seemed like this nightmare, whatever the hell it was affecting everyone out there. It was a force melting people down and turning them into monsters. The screams from outside the door were getting worse. All those people who had been, well, people so recently were something entirely different now, and they were in terrible, terrible pain. Lewis and Tommy ran down to the fire escape next to the stage and forced it shut, trying not to look at the tide of liquid flesh that was rolling in the apparently hostile sun outside. They were lost now. Tommy and Lewis didn't want them coming back in. Lewis breathed a rattling sigh and hammered out a reply to Jenny. "I'm safe in the lecture hall with Tommy Lansdale. We'll come to you as soon as we can. Don't worry, it's all gonna be okay." Lewis shoved his phone back into his pocket. Now isn't the time to keep checking. He asked Tommy what he knew, how he had survived, whatever all this was. Having some kind of knowledge about what they were dealing with might have given them a better chance of surviving. Tommy had just finished up a seminar in a nearby classroom and was headed over to the canteen to grab a Reuben while preparing for his next class. He was lucky enough to be under a covered walkway, bathed in the early morning shade, when something about the sun changed. It was hard to even describe. A certain shift in the quality of the light, a kind of shimmer, almost. It didn't affect him, but the people in the courtyard a few feet away. He was shuddering as he told the next part of the story. He swallowed hard over a lump in his throat, staring off into the distance with a haunted look as the memories played over his mind. Tommy described the people in the courtyard, the ones out of the shade who were first exposed. They just started screaming and falling apart, losing form, melting, becoming awful piles of shapeless slop on the ground. It was instantaneous, and all it seemed to take was a fraction of a second of sun exposure for the whole process to take effect. Nothing was worth the risk of exposure to something like that. Nothing. But Lewis disagreed. There was one thing worth risking his life or the integrity of his body for: Jenny. They had to get to Administration Building C as quickly as possible. And not just because of the new threat raging outside, but because Building C already had a certain reputation. Rumor had it that a number of people had gone missing in that building back in the 1970s. Since then, people had experienced strange, inexplicable things, odd chills, strange noises, creeping feelings of doom in certain areas. In short, it was the last place Lewis wanted Jenny to be trapped. But neither he nor Tommy could help until night fell. Seeing as they wouldn't be great rescuers in a semi-liquid state, they waited for 10 torturous hours in that lecture hall, as day turned to night outside. In that time, they heard so many terrible bubbling screams out there. Pain trying to escape a slimy prison. It was enough to drive you mad with fear. Both checked the news and their Twitter feeds on their phones, hoping to find out if there was any more information on what was happening out there. It seemed the worst had come to pass. This insane phenomenon was unfolding everywhere. People across the world were suffering under the transforming rays of the terrible new sun. Some group called the SCP Foundation was releasing information about it, telling people to come towards their buildings at night for safety. Lewis committed this fact to memory. When they'd collected Jenny, they'd head straight to one of these buildings. Hopefully, someone out there could tell them what the hell was going on here. Someone out there had to have answers about all of this. When it got dark outside, Lewis felt his phone buzz in his pocket as he received another text from Jenny. This time it was, "Lewis, I'm scared. Please come quickly. I'm downstairs." And with that, Lewis knew it was time to leave. He and Tommy steeled themselves, and when they were sure it was dark out, they ventured forth from the lecture hall and onto the quad. There they saw the aftermath of the horrors that the sun had wrought. The grass was covered in more huge, flesh-colored blobs, slithering across the grass like mutant slugs. Just the sight of them made Lewis and Tommy feel nauseous, but they didn't have time to stop and take a breather. If Jenny was in trouble, they needed to get to Building C fast. It looked even more frightening at night. It occurred to both Lewis and Tommy at that moment that neither of them had ever actually been inside this building before, and what seemed like the end of the world was certainly an interesting time to start. Lewis and Tommy entered the building and turned on the lights in the lobby. They heard a voice at first, oddly toneless and robotic, but soon realized it was a video playing on loop on the computer at the unmanned reception desk. It was another message from the SCP Foundation.
This is a public service announcement from the SCP Foundation. We are commandeering all broadcast channels and frequencies to deliver a vital message. Avoid sunlight at all costs. Cover your bodies thoroughly and follow the instructions on the screen to reach the nearest operational SCP Foundation containment site.
Neither liked the sound of the phrase containment site, but they'd worry about the semantics later. Jenny had said she'd been hiding downstairs, and there was no sign of her here on the first floor, so it stood to reason she was on some kind of basement level. Strange. It seemed like all the doors here led up, except one. A door that looked like, until very recently, it had been bolted to the wall. "Well," Lewis said, trying to mask his fear, "I guess it's now or never." Tommy opened his mouth to answer, but before a single word could pass his lips, a huge, fleshy tendril shot through the front door of the building and wrapped around his throat. He managed only a choked gasp as it dragged him back towards the door. On the other side of the threshold, a mountain of flesh eagerly waited. A gibbering nightmare of half-formed faces screamed and wailed in the terrible fleshy form. It happened so quickly that Lewis couldn't even hope to save him. He was gone, subsumed by the blob, his face disappearing into the flesh before Lewis could even scream. But there was no time to stop and process the shock. Another several tendrils were already reaching for him. He could practically see it happening in slow motion, pulsing, grasping for him. Perhaps it was only his will to see Jenny again that gave him the strength to do so, but he dodged the tendrils by a fraction of an inch and dove towards the door, the same door he assumed Jenny had escaped into hours earlier. He threw open the door and disappeared behind it, slamming it in place and holding it fast. He could feel the tendrils smashing up against it, hammering away. Lewis heard all those terrible, deranged voices screaming for him on the other side. He was holding it for a solid 10 minutes before the creature finally gave up and slithered away. The second the silence fell, Lewis's phone buzzed in his pocket again. He fished it out and saw another message from Jenny. It read, "Please come. Afraid. So dark here. So dark here. So dark here. So dark here." And it was at that moment that Lewis began to take in his new surroundings. He was standing in a stairwell, one that seemed much older and more dilapidated than even the rest of the building. But most notable of all was the fact that he had never, ever seen a place so dark, impossibly dark. Not dark as in the absence of light, but dark as in an almost physical presence choking out the light. Even with his phone on full power, the light didn't penetrate much of the black. Was Jenny all the way down here? Lewis was afraid. He could only imagine how Jenny was feeling down there in the depths. He took a deep breath and started descending down into the darkness, using his phone camera to light what little of the way was possible. The deeper he got, the more he started to feel a strange, intangible dread beginning to creep in, like an invisible hand compressing his chest. As he got deeper, he noticed a sound, quiet weeping, an unmistakably female voice somewhere down below. It sounded too young to be Jenny, but then again, Lewis had never actually heard her cry before. Whatever the case, he needed to get down there and remedy the situation. He forged on further and further into the dark. Even as his terrible sense of dread increased, he couldn't help but notice that no matter how far down he went, it always sounded like the crying was the same distance away. It unnerved him, but Jenny had to be down there. She had to be, and even if he gave up on her, it's not like he could just go back up and leave. There were monsters out there, like the monster that had gotten Tommy. Even down here in the darkness, he was safer than up there, or at least, that's what he thought. He felt something strange under his foot and looked down. It was an old piece of torn-up orange fabric with D9884 written on it. The phone buzzed again. A new message from Jenny. This time it read, "I can see you. Can you see me?" Lewis looked around. He couldn't see anything. He tried desperately calling Jenny again. He yelled her name until his voice went hoarse. No reply. Just that same soft weeping so far below. Maybe she was on the flight below him. She must have been close. He doubled his speed, vaulting down the stairs to the next level, when he noticed something on the ground. A smartphone. One that, over so many study dates, lunches, and outings to the movies, he learned to recognize. It was Jenny's. He picked it up, studying it, only to see that it was dead. The screen cracked and the battery lifeless. His own phone gave another buzz. A text from Jenny. It read, "Look down." And against all rational thought, that's exactly what he did. There was something at the bottom of the stairs. A strange, pale face somehow illuminated in the darkness. At first he thought it could have been her and ran towards it. By the time he realized he was wrong, and he was staring into the blank eyes of a face without a mouth inches from his own face, it was already too late. Lewis let out a scream. There was nobody there to hear him. But on the bright side, at least he never would see that sunlight again. It's been almost a year since the world changed forever. Not that anyone still human had really been counting the days. Almost a year since the sun forsook its children and changed its rays from life-giving gifts to flesh-melting weapons more fitting of hell than heaven. In the first hours of the chaos, billions were changed irreparably into abominations of flesh. That day when day broke permanently altered the course of history. The remaining personnel at the SCP Foundation classified it SCP-001. But what good could they do now? It was, for all intents and purposes, the end of the world as we knew it. Would anything ever be as it was before? No. In all likelihood, the world as we once knew it is little more than a dying memory in the minds of those who even bother remembering the times before. They'll do little to help you in this terrible new reality, where even stepping outside can be a gateway to a fate so much worse than death. Huge fleshy monsters slither through the streets day and night, ceaselessly hunting for more victims to drag out into the horrors of daylight and join their ever-growing forms. When it happened, planes fell out of the sky like deadly hailstones, devastating the ground underneath in a volley of explosions that left so much of our world scarred. Cars and trucks careened off the road and into buildings and ditches as their drivers, exposed by the windows around them, took on a liquid state. The surviving humans are in hiding. Many, like you or me, want to survive and be safe for another day. Others, who lost their minds during the change or perhaps were always cruel and monstrous underneath it all, lurked in the darkness waiting for others they could destroy, with no law or order to stop them from indulging in their worst pleasures now. Anyone who had survived this long was smart, lucky, or some cursed combination of the two. One wanderer named David didn't quite know which group he'd classify himself as. He wandered through what had once been the streets of New York City, every inch of his body covered up with a special anti-sun suit of his own making. In the early days, the SCP Foundation had mass-released tutorials on how to build full-coverage suits out of clothes and everyday household objects.
This had likely saved many lives, or at least served to extend them for a while. Sometimes that was the best you could hope for. David knew where he was going, a nearby underground parking complex completely covered up beneath the earth, where no natural light would reach. The people down there had constructed their own generators to have working electricity for emergencies and blocked off any stairs or roadways to another level. The only way up or down was a single elevator shaft that they owned and operated. It was the best way to keep one of those blobby monsters from descending and dragging them all up to the horrors of daylight. David found the place, deftly avoiding any of the monsters still roaming the streets. He'd been out on a food run, collecting canned goods from distant bodegas. Tuna, spam, hot dogs, soups. They sent out 4 scavengers a day in hopes of keeping their food supplies well stocked, drawing straws each day to decide fairly. Today, David had been one of them, and it had been a good day, insofar as any day can be good in this world. On some days when they'd sent out 4 scavengers, only 1, 2, or none at all had returned. Such is the way with the world of the broken sun. You quickly lost your sense of what's fair if you wanted to survive here. David had learned that the hard way. He reached the elevator, powered by the generators below, and knocked the secret code onto the metal to get the doors to open. He slipped inside, and once the security camera above saw it was him, it descended. Soon enough, he was with the others, handing in the night's takings so they could pool their resources and the most experienced cooks among them could prepare tonight's dinner. They took small pleasures in life whenever they could be found. Later that same evening, David and 4 others, Gus, Addison, Charlie, and Mike, sat around a campfire, eating cooked spam out of their respective cans with scavenged forks. They did all they could to contact the world outside, posting messages online, coded audio over any working radio and ham frequencies, even leaving notes out in the open with clues to their location, where the blobs, whose minds were as melted and warped as their bodies, could never find them. They received correspondences from all over the new world, and with them came plenty of interesting new stories to share. So that was precisely what they did around the underground campfire every night. Using filters they'd stolen from above to keep the air pure, they told each other stories. Gus had heard an interesting one. Apparently, out west, there was some kind of monster, a sculpture made out of concrete and rebar that only moved when you weren't looking at it. This beast stalked through the dark, seemingly indestructible, and would snap the necks of anyone and everyone it managed to get its rusty stretches of rebar on. In the world before, this would have seemed impossible, but here and now they were willing to believe it. Charlie told the story of a different beast. They heard tales of a group of people who were holed up inside a mall in Pittsburgh, trying to wait out the horrors. Nobody brought up the Dawn of the Dead reference lurking in there, but apparently something else was lurking in there too. One day, everyone who'd been hiding in the mall was attacked and slaughtered by some horrifying reptile that tunneled out of the ground with giant claws and murdered almost all of them in cold blood. The one that escaped had been telling his story to anyone who listened. Nobody knew where the giant reptile would turn up next. Addison tried to introduce a note of hope with her story. She'd heard that out there was some mad genius working on a cure, a man who always wore a black cloak and a white mask, like one of those old-fashioned plague doctors. He'd come closer than anybody else to synthesizing a cure, and he and all the others with him were holed up in an SCP Foundation site, accepting help from anyone who happened to wander by. It would certainly be a nice story if it were true, but nobody could really know for sure, could they? Mike added a note of caution with his story. He'd heard of another group of survivors who made their way to one of those so-called SCP Foundation sites, but they'd found it abandoned, devoid of the many experts and saviors that the SCP Foundation had promised in all of those old broadcasts. Instead, they were greeted by a nightmare. A ghoulish old man covered in black slime, with a permanent sadistic grin on his face. He could walk through walls and melt off skin with his burning touch. He's always out there, just waiting for more unfortunate, hope-filled victims to fall into his clutches. That sent a shudder through them all. What had happened? Of course, there was the obvious problem of the treacherous burning sun up above and its melted minions down below, but how had the world suddenly become so beset with these terrible monsters? It was like the gates of hell had opened, and all manner of beasts had come spilling out. All that the human race could do now was survive, but every day, the world seemed a little less worth surviving for. Why were they here? Just to be prey for these nightmare creatures? David, who had been silent up to this point, finally spoke up asking, "Have any of you heard of the Black Warrior?" There was silence. None have heard of this one before. They waited and listened. "He saved my life," David went on, "and I'd guess I'm not the only one." The incident, as David told it, had happened weeks ago, before he'd even joined up with this current group. He'd lost everything and everyone, and was left wandering the wastes of New York City alone. He'd been hiding in the dark of an old financial building for so long, but his food supply had run completely dry. He would simply need to leave. He knew that if he waited any longer, even a few more hours without food, he'd pass out and die of starvation in his sleep, or be killed by one of those things. He'd need to go out in daylight and forage. It was the only way. He'd already built a total coverage suit. What did he have to lose? That very thought would bring him closer to death than he'd ever been before. David wandered out, half delirious with hunger, trying to find a store that hadn't been looted or burned down to nothingness. His vision was hazy. He needed something to eat and, ideally, something to drink too. He felt happier than he'd ever remembered being when he came across an abandoned Japanese grocery store and filled up on stale rice and several bottles of ramen like some con-going teenager. However, while he may have just saved his life in one way, he'd put it in grave danger in another. The second he stepped out of the store, one of those giant, terrible flesh monsters saw him. His heart almost stopped as this mountain of rancid, liquefied meat slithered towards him at shocking speed, sprouting a series of long tendrils ready to grab him, tear off his suit, and add him to its terrible collective. Trying to save his own life had seemingly killed him. Of course, David tried to run, but it was already too late. He felt the tendrils grab him and lift him into the air, pulling him towards the immense and terrible flesh of this rampaging superorganism. It called out in so many warped voices at once, crying for terrible unity. David knew that in mere moments, it would tear off his suit, and suddenly he'd be worse than dead. But it seemed that luck was about to shine on him in the strangest of ways. Every single one of the flesh monster's gibbering voices became unified in a blood-curdling scream. Something swung down and cleaved the mountain in half, splitting it cleanly into two smaller blobs. The tendrils immediately retracted, and David was dropped to the ground as the two smaller shrieking blobs slithered off, terrified, in different directions. At first, David had no idea what had just happened as he began picking himself up from the ground. Then he saw the silhouette of a mighty figure standing a few feet away, holding a bigger sword than he thought would be possible for a normal human to carry. But this was no normal human, if it was human after all. He stood 7 feet tall, built like an old marble statue. Every single inch of his body was covered in obsidian armor, completely protecting the warrior underneath from the oppressive rays of the sun. This was the figure that David and all the others who'd encountered him had taken to calling the Black Warrior. Nobody knew who he was underneath. All they knew was that he wandered the New World day and night, slaughtering the beasts of the sun. He feared nothing, and everyone else knew to fear him. David was on his back, staring with disbelief at the Black Warrior. The warrior exhaled and began to walk towards him. David cowered as he approached, but the warrior simply kept walking past him. Confused and delirious with a mix of fear and relief, David called out, "Wait, aren't you gonna kill me?" Without breaking a stride, the Black Warrior replied,
"Where's the honor in stomping on ants?"
And with that, he was gone. He'd saved David's life and then compared its value to that of an ant. That was the Black Warrior, it seemed. He was neither a hero nor a villain in this new world, just a man looking to pick a good fight. And from the casualness with which he performed every action, even cleaving the abominable flesh monsters, it was likely he hadn't faced an opponent he considered worthy yet. Once David had told his story, there was silence around the campfire. David would never know if the others had believed his story, or whether they thought it was just the ramblings of a terrified man who'd just gotten lucky. But we know that David wasn't lying about the Black Warrior. Of course, that was a relatively recent name for him. The SCP Foundation had known him mainly as SCP-076-2, but to himself, he was always Abel. It had been Abel's second resurrection into the world of When Day Breaks, In his first, he'd decided to do something bold and daring. He'd stormed Site-19 at its weakest moment, forcing several other anomalies to assist him in his bloody quest to strike back against the SCP Foundation. He'd followed and taunted Dr. Jack Bright, then beaten this immortal of his own creation within an inch of his latest life. Bright, however, had managed to get the jump on Abel by transferring his soul into the body of one of those fleshy abominations, then using his collective strength to crush Abel to death. Of course, for Abel, just like Dr. Bright, death had only ever been a temporary inconvenience. Several months later, he'd once again resurrected from his black sarcophagus, his mind still swimming with the memories of his last life. He wandered out into the now empty Containment Area 25B, littered with the bodies of the guards and researchers he'd killed during his last escape. Pathetic. They'd posed no challenge. What would, however, pose a challenge to him would be the sun outside. He remembered last time that the sun had somehow changed. Now anyone exposed to its rays would be melted into one of those things. Abel was intelligent enough to realize that this was something he might not be able to regenerate from. He needed a more permanent solution. But Abel had spent his last several thousand years walking this earth, coming up with extremely permanent solutions to all of his problems, and this would be no exception. He would need to wear armor that covered every inch of his skin. It would be the only way he could move safely out there. Of course, he wouldn't be caught dead in the garb of the SCP Foundation, his pathetic would-be jailers who had fallen in droves in the face of this new threat. He would make his own armor, the only way he could. In case anyone needs a refresher, one of Abel's primary anomalous abilities, in addition to his ability to resurrect himself and his superhuman strength, speed, durability, and combat prowess, is his innate ability to pull a limitless number of obsidian weapons out of miniature, localized pocket dimensions. Swords, axes, clubs, chainsaws, scythes, spears, hooks, maces, flails, tridents, knives, cleavers, almost anything you can imagine. But Abel's deadliest weapon of all was his brain, and it was with that, and a combination of all his other weapons, that Abel would figure the perfect way out of this situation. First of all, he produced a mountain of weapons within the site, a huge pile that would make an army of medieval knights go weak at the knees. But he would not use these weapons for their intended purpose. Instead, he went about searching the building for materials he could use in his brand new project. All he needed was sufficient metal he could bend into place, and a blast furnace, one that he would eagerly use the site's built-in nuclear warhead, designed for the explicit purpose of killing him during an escape, to instead facilitate his new life in this new world. What a wonderful plan it was shaping up to be. It took him several days to achieve his goal, and a few humiliating failures along the way. But Abel was eventually able to create a sufficiently robust furnace to melt down the many weapons he'd pulled from the ether, and begin to make something new out of their molten extracts. Abel was a holistically brilliant warrior, and to achieve that title one can not only learn how to fight, but how to maintain one's arsenal and how to be an adept smithy. The latter skill would serve Abel well here. He used his own molten weapons to construct the perfect battle armor that would cover his body entirely and protect him from the deadly sun above. He made several prototypes, testing each one by dressing up one of the many Foundation corpses in it, and pushing it out into the sun. The first few soon had liquefied human leaking out of its seams, so Abel knew he needed to iterate and improve. Thankfully, despite what his bloodthirsty demeanor might tell you, Abel could be very patient when he needed to be, especially when that patience could lead to greater bloodshed down the line. More weapons, more melting, more forging, more improving. Little by little, Abel was building himself the perfect suit to venture out into the sunlight and find new prey, new battles, new violence. He couldn't be happier with the results. Soon enough, Abel found a variation that prevented even his dead test subjects from melting. It was perfect. He even melted down the tinted glass of some of the Foundation tactical riot helmets to give his own helm a black visor, just in case. He had done it, and now with his new armor assembled and worn on his huge, muscular body, he was ready to go out there and make a new name for himself. Even if all those who remembered Abel were gone, the others would remember the Black Warrior forever, in reverence and fear. Abel produced a new sword to go with his new look. A massive, weighted, double-sided beast of a blade, one that almost nobody but Abel would be able to carry. A sword that would be part of his legend forevermore.
Oh, this would be so much fun. For the first time since day had broken that anybody had done so, Abel stepped out into the sunlight and smiled. Day had broken, and the world as we knew it fell to pieces. On every corner of the globe, devastating rays of sunshine have liquefied most of the human race. The anomalous phenomenon known as SCP-001 had made the most treasured source of light and life in the galaxy into the harbinger of a planetary apocalypse. In the streets of major cities, which were once so filled with culture and activity, melting abominations slithered along the sidewalks and pavement, a cruel parody of the crowds and traffic that existed in the world before. The drought-ravaged wilderness teems with countless globs of mutant flesh that were once proud members of the animal kingdom. Even the plants have wilted into an inert state, overwhelmed by the sun's energy to the point of being unable to photosynthesize it. There are no planes in the sky anymore, as no pilot flying on that day could escape the view of daylight. The boundless ocean is adrift with boats and cruise liners occupied by an aimless crew of amalgamations, which even the initial survivors on the lower decks and within the rooms have long since been assimilated into. In the early months of SCP-001 when daybreaks, the Foundation had been able to distribute rudimentary information on how to shield oneself from the perversive rays. This included a basic but comprehensive how-to guide on building protective clothing that would keep out all daylight. Unfortunately, there is only so much benefit these solutions can provide, as it has become too late to save the vast majority of humanity from their terrible melting fate. There are sadly limits on what the Foundation's foresight and knowledge could do to prevent a worst-case scenario, and many containment sites were lost within the first 24 hours alone. This means that the veil of normalcy that the SCP Foundation had fought so hard to preserve has effectively ceased to exist. Most, if not all, of the accumulated research, the containment procedures for dangerous anomalies, and the skilled personnel who were brave and foolish to think they could keep the world safe have met with terrible fates in this solar-scarred hellscape. If there was ever an era where the planet and the universe were stable and under the control of the Foundation and the O5 Council, that time has passed. This is not their world anymore, nor is it a world that can be ruled by any people. Day has broken, and this is the world of monsters. Today, two of these monsters in particular find themselves on a collision course. Both were once extremely dangerous Keter-class SCPs contained by the Foundation, but through circumstance and ingenuity, both anomalies had freed themselves and adapted to the harsh new reality of the outside world. They were known as SCP-076-2 Abel and SCP-682, respectively. Abel, now known in the fireside stories of human survivors as the Black Warrior, had given himself an armored makeover by forging his many weapons into a day-proof second skin straight out of dark fantasy media. This new edgy gothic look came complete with a massive sword that Abel could use to cleave straight through any fleshy freak show he encountered in the wasteland. He was a true living legend now, a mysterious hero, a violent demon, and a force of nature all at once. In the day, he stalked through the ruins of civilization, finding whatever passed for worthy opponents and cutting them down. At night, he would seek out those depraved souls who would prey upon their fellow human and put them to the sword. These malefactors had recently become Abel's favorite vermin to exterminate, since they always seemed so surprised to be on the receiving end of an ambush. Being a survivor in this hellish new world was difficult enough without the additional strain of plotting violence, so the ones who took advantage of the absence of laws and did so were either exceedingly clever or simply driven out of their wits by the desire to inflict harm. It was through several experiences stomping out the lingering scum of the earth that Abel discovered an unfamiliar sense of honor within himself. It wasn't that he grew accustomed to protecting frail humans from monsters, but rather the simple fact that a good fight required two mutually adversarial parties. Bandits and serial killers could routinely be counted on to have delusions of grandeur accompanied by ill intentions, while their hapless victims could not. In his own twisted way, Abel had accepted that showing mercy to cowards and weaklings suited his ends. After all, if there were no more innocents left alive, there would also be no more reprobates to menace them. His quarry needed something to bait them into emerging from the shadows after all. Despite having made the most of slim picking, there was a deep-seated part of Abel that longed for a real challenge. The Black Warrior wished to face a real monster like himself again, not the petty brutes and former human sludge he'd been using as substitutes. 682 would be an ideal opponent, but he hadn't seen the reptile since he was back in containment. The two had been made to fight each other the day before all of this began, and when during the containment breach that later ensued, 682 had a makeover of its own. The highly morphic lizard had tunneled its way out of Site-19 by evolving large scooping claws suited for subterranean travel. Being surprisingly intelligent for its animalistic shape, 682 had managed to torture the details of the SCP-001 scenario out of an unlucky researcher. While Abel had found a way to remain active during both day and night, SCP-682 had become a bit more selective in its schedule. This was possibly because the creature had adapted an internal clock by absorbing the previously mentioned researcher's wristwatch. While the sun was visible in the sky, 682 would remain dormant underground. There it could bask in the symphony of suffering from all the surface-dwelling living things it could perceive with its enhanced hearing. It would lie in wait for hours, anticipating the darkness of nightfall. Once the sun had set, SCP-682 would emerge and devour both human and abomination alike. As a being that harbored pure hatred for all things that lived, the reptile had far less discerning criteria for acceptable targets than Abel. It unleashed its wrath on anything that so much as got in its way during the nightly feeding frenzy. Another way that 682 differed from Abel in its post-apocalyptic way of life was that it hadn't been given any evocative nickname or title. The reason why was surprisingly simple. 682 hadn't made its existence known because any survivors that encountered it never lived to tell the tale. It was a surprise to both of them when late one night, a twist of fate brought the monsters back together. SCP-682 had just resurfaced near a small encampment of survivors and was approaching with the intention to massacre the panicking humans. As the hateful reptile drew closer, it noticed a dark figure lurking at the other side of the campfire. It was roughly the size of an average humanoid, but instead of running and screaming, the figure stood firm with an enormous sword in one hand. One of the fleeing humans cried out,
It's the Black Warrior! We're saved!
This amused 682, and it sported a sadistic grin as it ran toward the survivor and pounced. While the lizard had wanted to demonstrate how flimsy the human sense of salvation really was, the opposite took place. The so-called Black Warrior had intercepted its jaws and was blocking 682 with only his sword and all the superhuman strength he could put behind it.
Go now, little ant,
the Black Warrior said. Following Abel's command, the human fled, looking back over its shoulder only once to gaze at the Black Warrior in silent awe. With that straggler gone, the two monsters were now completely alone in the camp, both illuminated by the orange glow of firelight. They separated and began to circle each other. Memories of their old rivalry began flooding back as both of the now liberated Keter classes confirmed the identity of the other. SCP-682 began to laugh as it recognized the stance of the ancient warrior that had been such a thorn in its side back in containment.
Isn't this priceless? The proud and merciless Abel has become a defender of those disgusting humans.
SCP-682 said, wearing that horrible smile once again.
I'm not fighting for them,
the Black Warrior answered. He lunged forward, striking a hard blow against 682's carapace. The edged sword bounced upward in recoil, but not without inflicting a deep wound that 682's regeneration began to work overtime to repair. The reptile swiped at Abel with its scoop claws, then made further use of them by burrowing into the ground below. Abel knew better than to follow the creature underground, and he was almost sure that his scaly nemesis hadn't yet retreated. He held his ground and waited, steeling himself for the moment the creature revealed itself once more. As expected, the attack came from directly below. SCP-682 breached the surface and snapped its jaws around one of Abel's armored legs. Trusting his instincts, the Black Warrior struck back in the same moment. His sword stabbed into the reptile's jaws, and with a bit of strength, he leveraged his own leg free. The armor was dented, but fortunately there was no apparent holes left by 682's fangs. Abel had become accustomed to diligently maintaining the condition of his armor, as even the smallest crack could, in the daylight hours, cause him to lose his solid form forever. He'd made sure to do a more thorough investigation later, after the lizard had been put in its place. The Black Warrior fought defensively, minimizing the damage to his armor while timing his strikes to keep 682 from overwhelming him with sheer offense. He could certainly go all out if he chose to, but that same part of him that wanted a challenge was willing to prolong the conflict, especially if he could save himself the trouble of repairs later. SCP-682, on the other hand, didn't much care for being taken lightly, and was astute enough to notice when his foe wasn't as aggressive as usual. It had been over a year since the monsters had fought, but this time, there would be no Foundation personnel to end the fight prematurely. 682 decided it was time to give the armored edgelord an onslaught that he couldn't ignore. It began to rotate its tunneling claws like a pair of pneumatic excavators, and instantly showered the Black Warrior with dirt and debris as it burrowed back into the earth. Abel could deflect the rocks easily enough, but the temporary distraction gave 682 time to dig a large enough cavern beneath Abel's feet that the ground instantly collapsed beneath his armored bulk. Abel slid into the growing pit and straight towards the twin grinding claws of 682. He tried to use his sword in the ground to slow his descent, but the earth had been so thoroughly tenderized by his opponent that all he accomplished was hastening it. Just like an antlion larva, SCP-682 had created a death pit of detritus that was pulling Abel towards the center of its trap. As if making a whirlpool on land wasn't crazy enough for 682, the reptile grew itself an array of impaling horns across the front of its face and snout. Though constructed of flesh and bone, they had the appearance of serrated blades and possessed a sharpness and durability capable of penetrating through Abel's fancy new suit of armor. But the Black Warrior wasn't going to be defeated so easily, especially not after all the work he had put in during his latest life to forge these armaments. While clutching his giant blade in one hand, he conjured a new weapon from the shadows, a harpoon with a strong chain that appeared already wrapped tightly around his black gauntlet. Abel hurled the harpoon behind him with as much strength as he could manage in his nearly prone state, and as he hoped, its tip embedded itself in the more stable ground past the edge of the death pit. With the spear firmly secured at the other end, the chain went taut, and Abel was able to stop himself just short of falling on SCP-682's facial spikes. With a tremendous one-handed swing that would be impossible for a mortal man, Abel cut through the middle of the lizard's organic bayonets, rendering them practically useless. His metal boots dug into the slit, and with all his strength, he wrenched himself backwards towards the top of the pit, tearing the harpoon free in the process. With acute precision, he used the chain to direct the tip of the harpoon between the fractured bone blades and into 682's skull. The creature bellowed from the sudden pain and began to dig downward again, but by this time, Abel was on stable earth again and was pulling with all his strength on the other side of the chain. SCP-682 burrowed as furiously as it could, but the harpoon embedded in its head was throwing off its equilibrium. Abel planted his feet and kept pulling, summoning more weapons around his feet and legs to keep them from moving an inch back toward the pit. It was a titan's tug of war, and whoever gave in would surely be at the mercy of the other. Neither monster wavered, and the thing that broke under the strain was the chain itself. 682 tunneled away, harpoon still scratching its brain, and did not surface again that night, while the Black Warrior staggered as he retrieved his now broken length of chain. Abel waited for his hated foe to resurface, but the creature had apparently decided it was no longer interested in a fight. And it was just as well, because in the east, the sun was rising again. The Black Warrior moved inside one of the tents that the survivors had left behind and prepared for a full examination of his armor. While it didn't last, and no SCP save for SCP-001 could claim victory here, Abel was grateful to know there were still proper adversaries to fight after the end. There were a few rumors after the break of day came, whispers that were passed on from the lips of trader caravans as they traveled from settlement to settlement. Not many people would have believed it way back then. It sounded just like a legend out of an old western, too good to be true. A shadowy stranger wandering the wasteland, righting wrongs wherever he finds them.
Then, when the job's done and innocent people are safe once more, he walks off into the horizon without asking for so much as a thank you. Like we said, folks would have a hard time believing such a fanciful tale. Of course, that was before the sun started shining an anomalous light over the world. Nowadays, people might believe anything. The earliest days of this strange new world proved to be a learning experience for SCP-4494, otherwise known as the Spectre. He was the physical embodiment of the very notion of fighting crime. Wherever injustice arose, he would appear to vanquish those that preyed on the innocent. While he usually manifested at night, he never used to have any trouble appearing in the daytime too, in the form of a shadowy figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a long, flowing coat that he could alter the length of for added dramatic flourish. The Spectre's form absorbed almost all the light from the visible spectrum, but after day broke, the rules seemed to have changed. One day, the Spectre had emerged to find the sunlight had become unbearable. Where he had once been a void of any and all light, he was now finding it impossible to manifest during daylight. The moment that the unrelenting light from the sun made contact with him, SCP-4494 would dissipate, yet he kept reappearing at night. It was like he was being pulled back into existence and was only able to re-manifest in the moonlight. Despite it being a reflection of the anomalous sunlight, that was seemingly enough to negate the effects it had of preventing SCP-4494 from reappearing. The same could not be said for any humans caught in the light though. A far worse fate awaited them. Even with much of mankind deformed into creatures that resembled melted wax, there were still pockets of survivors. And where there were human beings, there would be subsects that wanted to harm or exploit their fellow man. The world might have no governing bodies anymore, no law and order, but the Spectre had realized that even in a lawless world, his work was not done. As long as there were survivors of the break of day, they still would need saving, not just from the fleshy hordes of SCP-001-A roaming the wastes, but saving from each other. Striding through the remains of the old world in the dead of night, his long cloak billowed out behind him. Its shadow almost seemed to blend with the darkness that surrounded the Spectre. But on the horizon, there was a sight he didn't often see these days. Light. Not coming from the sun above, nor the moon, but instead it lay ahead of him, a fire glowing not too far away. As he wandered closer, like an outlaw striding into town, SCP-4494 was presented with the ruins of a small settlement. Around him, shacks burned, their boarded-up windows broken to allow the cursed sunlight in. Everyone that was still alive normally kept themselves wrapped up head to toe to block out the sun, but there were clothes and protective goggles strewn all around, a larger pile of garments fueling a bonfire. SCP-4494 had witnessed the SCP-001-A creatures attacking humans, dragging them out into the light to be transformed into more anomalous abominations. But what had happened here didn't seem to be the work of those creatures. The Spectre's suspicion were confirmed when he approached the town square to find a group of people who had all been melted into a fleshy mass. The instance of SCP-001-A paid the crime fighter little mind. It couldn't move very far. The few vaguely human shapes that protruded out of it looked like they were tethered to poles in the middle of the settlement. It didn't take much longer for SCP-4494 to figure out what had happened here. Someone had ransacked the settlement for some unknown reason. Maybe they wanted something. Maybe they were opportunists just looking to take advantage of this new post-apocalyptic world. Or perhaps they wanted to be cruel to these settlers. They had broken the barricades over the windows that blocked out the sunlight. They had trashed the ramshackle homesteads that these innocent settlers had been residing in. As SCP-4494 looked further, there looked to have been looting too. Food and water, medical supplies and ammunition. Not anything of use to be found. All that was left was what these raiders hadn't any need for. But as if all that hadn't been enough,
as if robbing the settlers for what little livelihood they had left wasn't enough cruelty. The bandits had tethered the survivors to poles in the center of town. They had taken away their protective gear and left them at the mercy of the elements. And as the sun had crept higher into the sky and bathed the captive settlers in its unforgiving light, they had melted into an SCP-001-A creature. Turning away from the town, the Spectre did his best to quell his rage. He wandered in the direction of the next settlement. Something was drawing him there. He could feel the pull of the wrongdoers that had left this carnage in their wake. He would find them, and they would pay for what they had done. There was nothing he could do for their last victims. They had already been turned by the sunlight. But if anyone could save the next group of survivors, it was him. As the wind howled, the shadowy figures cloaked flapped in the breeze. The next settlement looked similar to the last, although still intact. Shacks built from sheets of corrugated iron and other scrap metal, all welded together so that not even as little as a tiny beam of sunlight could bleed through. As he stepped toward the boundary of the settlement, a muzzle flashed, accompanied by the deafening echo of a gunshot that reverberated all around. Someone had tried to shoot at the Spectre, narrowly missing. The bullet whizzed past his head, not that it would have harmed him anyway.
Fear not, he declared. You can hold your fire. I mean you no harm.
You aren't with the Slivers?
A voice called in the nightly dark.
If you mean the evildoers that left that last settlement over a smoldering ruin, then no, I'm not. The Spectre
replied. Hearing this, he spotted movement on one of the shack's rooftops. A sharpshooter carrying a worn old rifle stood up, covered in layers of protection from the transformative effects of the sun's light reflected off the moon.
Well, you aren't dressed like they are, I'll give you that,
the sharpshooter called.
Can barely make you out wearing all those dark clothes, mister. But if you're looking to trade, I'm afraid your timing couldn't be much worse.
Tell me,
replied
the Spectre
bluntly.
The criminals that terrorized the other settlement, they've been here too?
Yes, sir,
the man answered.
Said they'd be back tonight, too.
I've come to help, to do away with those that would inflict justice on the innocent,
SCP-4494 explained in his typically dramatic cadence.
You call them slivers, yes?
Well, they call themselves that, the sharpshooter said, on account of their choice in outfits. They look ridiculous, but they've covered their protective clothing in slivers of metal and glass. That way they're not only protected from light, but their clothes reflected back at other people too.
Dastardly villains taking advantage of what has befallen the sun. The Spectre,
cursed the bandits.
Why are they yet to pillage your settlement? You said they intended to return?
Well, that's what they threatened earlier. A lot of them have been ransacking any settlement they can't shake down. They showed up here in their stupid sparkling outfits and demanded we hand over a half of all of our food, water, and antibiotics. They call it their sunshine tax. According to them, if we didn't meet their demands, they'd destroy the town. We didn't know to take them seriously until we saw the fire over there on the horizon. For a moment,
the Spectre
fell silent. His cloak had slowed, waving gently now the winds had died down. But in contrast, his anger had never been higher.
Who are you anyway, mister? The sharpshooter asked. Never got your name.
My name is the Spectre, a name these vagabonds will soon know well. For tonight, they will pay the price for their crimes.
No offense, Mr. Spectre, but look around. World's gone to hell, ain't no justice anymore. What price are you expecting to make them pay?
Simple,
SCP-4494 answered.
The price is they now have to face me.
An hour later, the settlement was quiet. The sharpshooter was still at his post, scanning the area nearby for signs of movement. Sure enough, he spotted something. A group of figures approaching, the moonlight glinting off their metallic outfits, revealing their position as they drew closer and closer to the makeshift town. The slivers were coming, but there would be something else waiting for them when they made their way into the settlement. The other settlers were awake, despite how late it was, wearing their protective layers and peeking through cracked doors, only to slam them shut as the glimmering gang crossed the threshold into their ramshackle home. The slivers whooped and jeered, brandishing weapons and threatening the settlers to show themselves before the bandits would break into their shacks and do to them what they'd done to their neighbors at the other town. But as one of the slivers approached the door of a shack and began pounding his boot against the metal door, something reached out of the shadows and grabbed him. In fact, it wasn't coming from the shadows. It was the shadows. Fists shrouded in darkness struck the remorseless raider. Even with the protective layers covering his face,
The sliver could feel himself being bruised by the beating.
The Spectre
Struck once more, knocking the wrongdoer unconscious and wrenching the reflective metals from his outfit, shattering them underfoot. The other slivers panicked, one drawing a handgun and firing. The shots were useless. All they did was illuminate the silhouette of a dark-cloaked figure walking closer and closer, ready to make them suffer for their crimes. It was dusk by the time
the Spectre
had beaten the group of bandits, stripping them of their distinctive reflective pieces. Each one of the slivers had been beaten into submission, suffering broken ribs, black eyes, and missing teeth. With the danger over, the sharpshooter and the other settlers had emerged from their hiding places, all eager to weigh in on how best to punish the bandits. Many yelled that they should be strung up without their protective gear so that the sun melted them into an SCP-001-A. But
the Spectre
interjected, urging the settlers not to sink to the level of the criminals they had been harassed by. Instead, he turned to the defeated slivers.
Turn over half of your food, water, and medical supplies to these people,
SCP-4494 demanded in a frighteningly calm voice.
Then leave, walk into these wastes, and don't come back.
The slivers agreed and fled, running as fast as they could away from the town. Why'd you let them go? The sharpshooter asked.
These are uncertain times, the Spectre
replied, noticing the sun was creeping over the horizon. It'd be time for him to go soon.
In the face of hardship, it can be easy to lose our way. Justice has always been blind, not blinded by the sunlight, but blind to prevent bias.
The slivers might come back, though, the man said, adding, if they can even survive with what you left them.
Maybe they'll live out there,
SCP-4494 responded.
Then again, perhaps not, but they have a chance. That is justice. In a time without law, it's the best we can offer.
And if they carry on raiding folks?
If they harm others, if they want to waste the chance they've been given, then that is their choice. But they know if they refuse to change, then they will answer to the Spectre.
With that, the shadowy crime fighter walked away from the settlement. The unforgiving light of the sun made him fade as he sauntered off like an old gunslinger. But he would be back. As long as people needed saving, he would always be back. When the sun rose on that fateful day, Jerry Marks had been one of the lucky ones. He worked in a mine, deep underground, at the edge of a small town in the rural United States, which meant he didn't see what happened when day broke, when the light of the sun ravaged the earth. The first Jerry heard about it was when his son Kyle came racing into the mine, frantically tapping his dad's shoulder to get his attention. He'd run all the way from their tiny homestead under a fireproof blanket, thick and long enough to block the sunlight from touching any part of Kyle's skin. His older sister, Jerry's daughter Carly, hadn't been so lucky. Caught by the light, her body had turned to the consistency of warm candle wax, melting into a form that barely resembled human anymore. Jerry had been one of a handful of others working late in the mines that day. A few thought that young Kyle had made the whole story up and ventured up to the surface and into the light, only to meet the same twisted fate. The light morphed their bodies into monstrosities, anyone in the small rural community becoming an amorphous mass of human flesh. Eventually, those that stayed behind in the mine heard the voices of their loved ones, their wives, husbands, children, all calling out to them from outside. They promised that nothing was wrong, that it was a lovely sunny day outside, and the mine workers should clock out to come and enjoy it. More of them left, reassured by hearing their families that all was well, and once more, none of them were seen again. Only Jerry and Kyle were left, and it stayed that way for several months. The father and son had to adapt to life underground, only leaving the mine to forage for food, and only while wearing thick, dirty mining overalls, making sure not a single millimeter of skin was on display. If the sunlight touched them, they'd never make it back alive. Venturing out of the mine in his overalls, Jerry had seen the shuffling melted mass that had once been the townsfolk. He did his best to avoid it as he went house to house, making sure it never saw him while he raided cupboards and refrigerators. But he could see it, and among the blobs of bodies blended together, he saw something that resembled his daughter. It turned his stomach,
not just knowing but actually witnessing what had happened to her. And it was made all the worse on the days that Carly called out to him and Kyle while they hid in the mine. It was clearly her voice, but there was something wrong about it. Perhaps knowing that she was a part of the melted monstrosity made it easier to resist her trying to coax them out into the light. It had almost been an entire year of life spent underground when Jerry and Kyle encountered their first actual human beings since all the other workers had left the mine. The pair that arrived were strange, wearing protective suits that covered them both head to toe. Just like Jerry and Kyle had quickly realized, these two were aware that not even the tiniest hint of the sun's unforgiving light could be allowed to reach them. The two approached Jerry and Kyle, seemingly coming in peace, although the father and son remained cautious of the newcomers. Making sure they were deep enough in the mine to avoid the sunlight at the stony entrance, the pair of them revealed their faces, confirming they were still fully human, before introducing themselves as Researcher Worth and Sergeant Booker of the SCP Foundation. Sitting down with Jerry, Worth explained what had really happened. He had been working for an organization that contained and studied anomalous creatures and phenomena, the Foundation. Booker had been a member of a special armed unit within the same establishment, or a mobile task force. But now the SCP Foundation itself had fallen, with a number of its own personnel turned into more of the amorphous fleshy creatures in the sunlight. "We spent a lot of years keeping all this from the public," Worth admitted, sounding guilty, but implying the choice was out of his hands. "But I don't suppose there's any point in secrets anymore. It's the sun, you see, Mr. Marks."
You can call me Jerry," he interrupted.
"Sorry, Jerry," Worth corrected himself. "But something happened to the sun. It changed, decimated the entire planet in barely any time at all. I mean, all those people, millions, billions, all at once. Dear God." Worth took a moment as the existential dread of it all once again caught up with him. "It turned out the biggest anomaly was right above us," Booker continued for him. She sounded a lot more stoic, even a little coldly detached from it all. SCP-001, that's what the Foundation called it.
"Is there a way to reverse it, or cure the people that the sunlight, changes?"
Jerry asked, thinking of Carly. "You mean SCP-001-A? No, I'm sorry, Jerry. There's nothing we can do," the researcher said, failing to sound as recomposed as he pretended to be. "Your daughter is gone, but at least you still have your—" Worth paused, looking around at the mine. Even in the low light, there was no sign of Kyle. Jerry turned to scan the area. To his horror, his son had seemed to have vanished while they were talking. Instantly, panic caused him to think that Kyle had wandered out of the mine and into the sunlight, turning into part of what Worth had called SCP-001-A. But the boy would have had to walk past Jerry to start heading that direction. Plus, the father knew his son was far too scared to go outside after seeing what the son had done to Carly. Booker had a tactical bag filled with equipment, flashlights, spare batteries, even flares for whenever the power in those ran out. And both working and living in the mine so long, Jerry had maps, knew certain routes through the deep network of tunnels almost by heart. Between them, the three had enough to mount a search for the missing boy. Keeping together, they traversed away from the first of several large chambers, down into the dark depths of the mine.
"Kyle!"
his father yelled, his voice echoing through the tunnel.
"Kyle, buddy, it's Dad! You there?"
Walking behind him, Researcher Worth and Sergeant Booker parroted the calls, assuring the missing boy that they didn't mean him or Jerry any harm. As the trio walked deeper and deeper, they began to venture into a portion of the mine that had hardly been used by the workers. It was darker than the areas further up, while those had rows of electric lamps powered by long cables attached to generators. Down here, the only light came from the flashlights the group carried.
"Kyle, come on out!"
Jerry called out for his son again.
"This isn't the time to split up. We need to stick together. Come on, son, I'm really worried here."
Once again, there was no answer. Just then, Jerry caught the sight of Booker and Worth out of the corner of his eye. Both of them knew a lot about SCP-001, and the mine worker couldn't help the suspicion that added to his perception of them. After all, Kyle had never run off before now, and Jerry couldn't help but think, while his attention had been turned, that the pair of Foundation personnel had taken his son. "Dad?" a voice suddenly called out. Jerry's head spun on a swivel at the sound of Kyle calling for him. "Dad, where are you?" It echoed through the tunnel again.
"That's him!"
Jerry exclaimed to the other two.
"Which way did they come from?"
"Straight ahead, it sounds like," Booker replied. "Hold on," Worth interjected. "I think you two should look at this." The beam from his flashlight was pointed at the rocky floor of the tunnel. Something was gleaming wet against the stone, a large smear of red, like something had been dragged in the direction Kyle's voice was coming from.
Oh God, he could be hurt!
Jerry said urgently. Hurt might not be the right word, I'm afraid, Jerry, the researcher said solemnly. There's a lot of blood here, too much.
All the more reason to go further and find where he's calling from,
the father retorted angrily. That's if it is the kid that's actually calling us, Booker replied, her and Worth exchanging a worried glance at each other.
You two know something, don't you? Jerry demanded. Does that thing from the outside, does it have my son too?
Dad? Another voice called. Jerry froze, his blood as cold as the mine tunnel he stood in. He hadn't heard that voice in almost a year, but recognized it immediately. It was Carly, his daughter. It seemed impossible. He knew she had been merged into part of SCP-001-A when day broke, but now she was somehow calling out to Jerry. Her voice sounded clearer, like it had used to before she changed, and she wasn't trying to lure her father out into the sunlight either. For a moment, it seemed to Jerry like his daughter had somehow come back.
Dad, we're both over here, Carly's voice called again. We need your help, Kyle's stuck.
Who's that? Booker whispered. That's Carly, Jerry sniffed, holding back tears. You said your daughter became a part of SCP-001-A, Worth pointed out.
Maybe she got better,
the father asked hopefully. I hate to say it, but that's definitely not her, Sergeant Booker replied. We should turn back now if there's an anomaly in these tunnels. That's not going to be pretty for any of us, she added, turning to Worth.
What?
Jerry yelled.
What do you mean by that?
Look, buddy, those aren't your children, the MTF agent said bluntly. It sounded like SCP-001-A got them. No, the voices are too clear, Worth replied. I think something else is in here. Before Jerry could explode with anger at how uninterested both Foundation personnel seemed at the fate of his children, another sound was heard. Footsteps, something shuffling closer, patting its feet on the stone. There was a low growl that filled the tunnel, as whatever it was came closer still. Dad? The voice of Carly repeated, sounding only a few feet away now. Where are you, Dad? Kyle's voice immediately followed it. Behind came the sound of Booker striking a flare. As it erupted into a plume of light and heat, she threw it down the tunnel, and there they were. Not Jerry's children, but instead a pair of nightmarish creatures. They backed away from the flare slightly, but the light still illuminated their blood-red forms, walking on all fours like wolves. The creatures' elongated heads were missing any eyes, just jaws filled with rows of sharp, red fangs. Dad, came Kyle's voice again, emanating from one of the monsters. It was mimicking Jerry's son, both of his kids. Even having seen SCP-001-A at a distance, the father could barely believe his eyes. 939s! Booker yelled the second her flare illuminated them. Run! She pulled a sidearm and opened fire, the bang of each shot ringing loudly through the tunnel. The pair of 939s pounced at her while Jerry and Worth turned to run back the way they had come. As the creatures attacked, the echoes of the gunfire were replaced with blood-curdling screams.
What the hell are those things?
Jerry yelled in a panic.
SCP-939,
Researcher Worth panted.
Too much to explain. They're pack hunters and they're vicious. What about Kyle and Carly? I heard their voices. That's what those monsters do. They mimic human speech to draw us out. We're their prey. There's no telling how long they've been down here. They might have retreated to the mine to avoid the sun on the surface.
Worth yelled. The sound of the SCP-939s getting closer were catching up, right on Jerry and Worth's heels.
Why would they come down here for?
The mine worker huffed, slightly ahead of the researcher given his slightly stronger physique.
To escape the sunlight,
Worth replied.
SCP-939s hate
His sentence was overtaken by a scream as one of the blood-red creatures caught Worth by the ankle, knocking him down and pulling him back to be devoured. Jerry didn't look back. He just kept running back through the tunnel. The sound of SCP-939 calling after him and Kyle and Carly's voices made it even harder not to stop and turn, even just for a second. But he reminded himself that if he stopped running, then he couldn't lure the creatures out of the mine and into the sunlight. It wasn't how he'd ever wanted to go out, but maybe that way Jerry would see his kids again. Now go and check out SCP-001 Can SCP-049 Finally Cure When Day Breaks? And SCP-001 When Day Breaks, SCP-682 for more horrifying When Day Breaks scenarios.